Continuing chapter 9, page 154. Hazardous substances that were additional hazardous substances we're going to go over are EMFs, electromagnetic fields, which come from high tension power lines, as an example. We're going to go under, we're going to talk about groundwater contamination and underground storage tanks and what we keep in them as well. Well, we don't need to watch this video here. This is just Dr. Manny Alvarez. You guys can watch this on your own time. We're just gonna, for expediency, we're just gonna get through this. Electromagnetic fields, they come from high tension power lines. Now, do they cause an actual medical risk or danger to you to live around them? Well, according to them, they consulted with the WHO if you put any weight in what they believe, and they say no. But more studies need to be done because first they tell you that there's some evidence of it, then they say no, according to the WHO, but more studies need to be done. But either way, I don't know about you. I don't want to live under a high tension power line. Here, let me give you a couple of examples of living under high tension power lines. EMFs, high tension power lines. And you tell me what you think. Would you want to live under them? Now, because the evidence is inconclusive as to whether they cause cancer or any other medical issue, being near high tension power lines. There we go. See, having the high tension power lines right near your house. I mean, it is suggested that you be about 3 football fields away from them, but you got some people that got these right in their backyard, just like in this photo here. Look, I found this online from the power companies. You know, they tell you, hey, listen, you don't want to be this close, you don't want to be this close, and you don't want to be this close. Keep in mind the height as well. This is their guidance for their workers. This looks like it's maybe Canada or Europe or something based on the license plates we got here, but wow, is that close. These are what I'm talking about when I say high tension power lines. I'm not talking about the telephone pole that brings the power to your house. Even though they got high tension, that's not what we mean, because these have a lot more power to go through them. And look, this is the guidance that's given to them in other to people in other parts of the world, even though the WHO, the World Health Organization, which I really don't put much faith in after the whole COVID thing, they all over the world, and to power company workers, they come up with these studies that they give out to them as far as observed biological effects up to 200 meters, actually this is up to 2,000 meters away. Stunted growth, altered biorhythms, altered reaction times, decreased calcium flow, abnormal EEGs, and increased cancer and stunted growth. Up to 50 meters even. I don't know. It looks nice. This looks like a nice building right there, but I don't know if I want to be that close. What about you?
No, I wouldn't.
I mean, I showed houses like this to people for sale before, where these things were right behind their backyard, and I didn't even notice it because it was so close. It was kind of like what I would call hiding in plain sight. You know, it's right in front of your face that you don't even see it. And I come out and this backyard was beautiful. And I was like, wow, this is gorgeous. And the lady was like, nope, And I was like, what the hell's wrong with her? You know, I'm thinking to myself, I was like, this place is gorgeous. This yard is beautiful. And then she points up at this tower, and I was just like, oh. And I said, well, look at the bright side of things. You could save on light bulbs when your kids glow in the dark. And I was like, okay, let's pack it up. Let's get out of here. Obviously, this is not a place for you that you're interested in. You know, have fun with it. You know, what else are you going to do? You know, it is what it is. Now, here's a little guide for dealing with regular power lines from your that are from the telephone pole to your house, which they do carry a lot of juice in them too, and they could be very dangerous. So here's some guides for you, things like this. For overhead power lines, be careful with ladders. Be careful when trimming trees. Stay at least 10 feet away from them with your ladders. Otherwise, there could be arcing and you could find yourself electrocuted. Yeah, see, yeah. Carry ladders horizontally instead of upright. And if you ever see them on the ground, stay at least 35 feet away from these power lines because they can arc. So this is what the service lines from the power lines from the telephone pole. You got a service line that then comes and attaches to your house. And that's how you get all the power and the voltage and amperage to your house. So be careful when trimming trees or putting a ladder up on your roof. You really don't want to touch that. What you may think is the cable TV line may be carrying a lot of juice. Look, even the power companies now, they're required to even trim trees back from their high tension power lines that deliver the power from the power plants to different parts of the state before they go to substations to be sent off to your home, because there could be arcing that causes forest fires and such. So they want at least 15 feet between these trees and bushes. All the ground on each side needs to be cleared away. You guys ever see power companies cutting the trees away?
Yes.
I haven't.
That's I mean, sometimes you can get people out there with chainsaws and climbing trees, but that's not really too effective way of doing it. You know, I know I used to have, I got videos somewhere of this. I have no idea where they are, so I'm not going to go on a hunt now trying to find them. But we could easy enough just do a Google search, and I'm going to show you something that that'll blow your mind a little bit. Let's take a look. That ain't it. What the hell just happened to my search? Oh man. This freaking guy. Check this out. The power companies, they often trim trees with helicopters. And you get like a 50-foot chainsaw hanging from a helicopter. Check this out. It's a lot quicker, a lot more effective way of trimming them trees, huh? Look at that. They just fly it along and it trims the trees. You got all these rotary blades on there. Interesting, huh?
Yes.
All right.
Isn't that dangerous too though?
I would imagine be very dangerous for the guy flying the helicopter. Yeah. But remember, they're usually doing this in rural areas or places near those power lines where there shouldn't really be any houses near them. What they're doing is they're flying them over areas, trying to trim them away to keep them away from those high tension power line areas. You know, you don't really see any. You're not really seeing any houses right here in the background, you know, of this. And that
false breaking tweet may seem a little.
Yeah, in that video, you didn't really see any houses there in the background. All right, New Jersey Private Well Testing Act. Okay, this is something we often get on exam. It is what is the purpose of the New Jersey Private Well Testing Act? What does the New Jersey Private Well Testing Act say? What is the purpose of the New Jersey Private Well Testing Act? Well, it basically says that anytime the primary source of potable water, that means potable water, comes from an on-site private well, or in some cases an off-site well that's feeding at least 15 properties, 15 sources, that well water needs to be tested, and the copy of the test results needs to be shared with the buyers or renters. Otherwise, the contract will not be legally binding. So whether you're a buyer or a renter, the owner should have that well water tested. And if the source of drinking water is not coming from a city source, but a private well, and then the test results need to be shared with the buyer or renter, because we want to make sure that there's no contaminants or anything like that in there, and that the buyer or renter seen the copy of the test results and they're aware of what's in the water or not. Now, we could have natural occurring things that are not man-made, like arsenic in the water that comes from rock. And when I'll have a really short video about how arsenic gets in water. I'm gonna forego a lot of the water videos that I usually have in this slideshow. You guys could watch it on your own because we need to do some catch up here. But everything from how water treatment gets done, where do we get water from, how does the water come to your house at high pressure, how do we get it on demand, how it's treated, how our sewage is treated, how we get well water extracted from the ground. I got a lot of videos on that stuff. We're going to forego them. You guys can watch them in your own time from this slideshow, chapter 9. They're pretty good videos I got, and from New Jersey American Water and such. Or you can watch previous slideshows with other classes for that one. We need to get through and get a little caught up, so we'll forego on some of these videos. But here's some of the possible contaminants you could find in water. And they can be found in public water as well as private. And they are arsenic, radon, microorganisms, nitrate, heavy metals, organic chemicals, radionuclides, fluoride, etc. Although they say that, you know, our bodies need small amounts of fluoride, and even the government has added fluoride into our water source sometimes. But yet that was a debated thing too. Is fluoride really good for us though? You know, that's that was an argument as well, that fluoride could cause illnesses and sicknesses too. But these are all things that can be found in water. We used to add it into water. You know, fluoride, same stuff that your dentist uses to clean your teeth. So, New Jersey Private Well Testing Act, what is its purpose? Read this first bullet point. Where the primary source of drinking water comes from an on-site, or in some cases an off-site well, requires the water to be tested, and both parties need to sign off they received a copy of the test results, otherwise the contract's not legally binding. So it's actually the first 3 bullet points. Okay. Now in the book, it's not as clear, but or not direct. On page 155, the 3rd paragraph, this is what you're going to underline, New Jersey Private Well Testing Act, and you're going to highlight this. It applies to contracts where the sale of source of potable waters from an on-site well, or in some circumstances an off-site well. It mandates testing of the water. Closing may not take place unless both buyer and seller certify in writing they received a copy of the test results, and the law also applies to rental properties as well.
Could you just go back one real quick so I could snap a picture of the slide when everybody's finished?
Sure, this one.
Yep, okay, I got it.
Otherwise, you're highlighting practically the entire paragraph, the third paragraph on page 55. Everybody get this that wanted it?
Yeah, I got it already.
Okay. And then this is what you would be highlighting on page 155. The third paragraph. Okay, so like I said, there's a lot of videos I got, like where does water come from, the water cycle, things like that. We're gonna forego a lot of these water treatment and where does water come from, how does the water get to your house. We have videos talking about how the pumps move it from the station and how we use water towers to help keep it a water storage there for when it's needed on demand, and to help supply additional pressure without the pumps constantly running to save on power and electricity for those pumps always running. How the water towers work. Let's see. How does the plumbing work in your house? You know, I got some basic videos of things like that. You guys can watch them later. We don't really need to watch them now. Cleaning the shower head, like a lot of these videos, they take up a lot of time, but they're very interesting stuff for us to know in real estate. Sorry, I don't want to seem like I'm rushing you through this, but this is a good way for us to catch up on some time, is just to forego some of these videos, which take up a lot of time. How wells work. And this is one that I will show you, groundwater contamination, how arsenic does get in the water. It's not man-made.
Water pollution is a common environmental problem in the world today. Often we think of water pollution as caused by human activities, as was the case for the recent water crisis in Flint, Michigan. But is all water pollution caused by humans? Not always. For example, groundwater contamination by arsenic is a natural occurring process and is becoming a worldwide environmental issue. In South and Southeast Asia alone, more than 100 million people are exposed to arsenic-contaminated groundwater, leading to severe health problems including cancer and skin disease. Arsenic is a chemical element that is often found naturally in minerals. If you drop a rock containing arsenic into a cup of pure water, odds are not much will happen because most forms of the mineral are not soluble in water alone. However, if we add the right mix of microbial organisms and organic carbon into this cup, take out the oxygen, the mineral will break down and release arsenic into the water. Even though all this is happening naturally, human activities such as well drilling and irrigation can change the groundwater flow pattern and introduce more organic carbon that will further facilitate the arsenic release process. If your well water turns out to be contaminated, there are a few options to regain potable water in your household. The first option is to join a public water supply system. The second option is to install an arsenic filter for your well. The last option is to drill or switch to a new well that is more likely to produce arsenic-free groundwater. In less developed countries, the last option is often preferred due to the absence of a public water supply system or effective water monitoring and treatment equipment. Today, international science communities such as MIT have built many study sites in arsenic-affected regions. The research effort has also motivated programs that are in place to help affected populations regain clean drinking water.
All right. And then I have a video from the New Jersey Mortgage Housing Finance Agency that talks about installing these water treatment systems into your house to easily clean up arsenic. You may be unaware that arsenic's in the water because you live out in maybe away from the city area, away from industry. It seems like you're out in the country in a rural country area of New Jersey. But yet your water can be contaminated. You know, New Jersey does have the Piedmont sect. Actually, you know what? I'm going to play this one.
So you found out you have unhealthy levels of naturally occurring arsenic in your well water. Unfortunately, northern New Jersey groundwater is especially vulnerable to arsenic contamination. There are two types of arsenic to watch out for, arsenic 3 and arsenic 5. The most effective treatment methods remove both types of arsenic. Installing any of these systems into your home can be an easy and affordable investment in the health of your family and the value of your home. In this video, we will explain two effective treatment systems and how to maintain them in order to keep the toxin out of your home. Whichever system you choose, be sure to test annually to help determine if treatment units need replacement. The point of entry system treats high levels of arsenic in your water through a tank.
By the way, this is a well cap. The pipe is leading down deep into the ground, where it reaches well water. So a hole is drilled in the ground, and they place this casing in the metal pipe down deep into the ground. That will is where the water will come from. This is a well cap. You can't really see on the other side. This is where the electric wires and stuff go for the pump that's then submerged down all the way down to the bottom of that well to pump the water up. It's easier to pump the water up than to siphon it up. So if you ever see this around a house, there may be well water there and not public water, which is something we need to know and disclose.
System installed in your basement.
And that point of entry system she was just talking about is a water treatment system that filters all the water at the point where it enters the house. So all the water gets filtered. Everything that's used for the sinks, all the sinks, the showers, the toilet, everything, all the water. Otherwise, you're going to have a point of use filtration system, which goes only under one particular sink.
It is the most effective in reducing overall exposure to arsenic. The primary benefit of the whole house treatment is eliminating the risk of drinking arsenic-contaminated water from untreated faucets, and it also prevents arsenic exposure from other water uses such as bathing and brushing teeth. This is especially important if you have young children who may not consistently use water from a single source.
And in this case, you're looking at a larger filter, several feet in height, and it's traditional to the same type of tanks that are used for people to use in their house for softening the water. So we're using the same type of apparatus, and we put the media into those tanks, and then there's a valve that is placed on top of that tank that operates the system and makes sure that the homeowner has the easiest operation to handle.
The system is comprised of two tanks. Each tank contains ferric oxide, media granular ferric oxide. The first is the worker tank, that takes care of the majority of the arsenic that comes in, and the second is the safety tank that will gather in the arsenic that may make it treatable. This is the primary job, and again, this is
The installation process takes only a few hours, and maintenance is simple. Though the installation cost for the point of entry system is the most expensive, the New Jersey Housing and Mortgage Finance Agency offers interest-free loans to help you cover the cost. The media inside of the tank only needs to be replaced every few years, leaving the average maintenance cost to be less than $1 a day. Point of use systems use under sink cartridges to remove arsenic. The system provides treated water for drinking and cooking use from one tap only, usually the kitchen sink. Maintenance is very important to ensure that the filter continues to work and generally only requires changing the cartridge once a year. That being said, this point of use system does not protect your family when they are drinking from other taps that provide water for bathing, showering, and brushing teeth. When we found out that the water in our home is contaminated with arsenic, we decided that the point of entry system would be the best option for us. Now, my husband and I generally drink from the kitchen tap, but we were worried with having a small child at home that she might be drinking from other faucets in the house that would be untreated. Now, the only downside to the point of entry system really is the initial cost. But luckily, there are no interest loans available from the state, so we didn't have to wait.
So you could get no interest loans, 0% interest loan for up to $10,000 from the New Jersey Housing and Mortgage Finance Agency to immediately install these water treatment systems. Sure, you have to pay them back, but there's 0% interest-free loans. And here's the application to get that. from the NJHMFA. That's where you would get that loan from.
Until we had that extra money available in order to start treating our home immediately. When we got the treatment system installed, we were told that both testing and maintenance are both really important. Once a year, we'll go down to the basement and we'll check the water between the 2 treatment tanks, and then we'll also check the water at the kitchen tap. We'll call up our treatment company whenever we need help changing out the sediment filters, or every few years when we have to replace the tanks. So we understand that the treatment medium doesn't last forever. All in all, though, we are able to treat all of the water in our home with an average long-term maintenance cost of about $1 a day. You've already tested your water and found it to have high levels of arsenic. So the next step is to find a treatment system that fits the needs of your home. Installing a system is easy, affordable, and will increase the value of your home. There are several questions you should ask your treatment professional about the system they will be installing to ensure that you get the right fit for your home. Make sure the system you are having installed treats both arsenic-3 and arsenic-5. Ensure that you are clear on the required maintenance of your system. Ask the treatment professional what options they have for reminding you about scheduled maintenance, and see if they can leave a testing kit at your home after they install the system. Ask your treatment professional if your water has been tested for other contaminants. If your water does have significant traces of other minerals, ask how you can remedy these issues to ensure both higher water quality and a longer lifespan for your treatment system. Check that the volume of water the treatment system processes is enough to meet the needs of your family. To protect yourselves and the ones you love from the harmful effects of arsenic, it's crucial to not only install a treatment system, but to maintain it as well. Be sure to test your water annually, even after you've begun using your system, to make sure your system is still working. To get more information about how to have these treatment systems installed in your home, please visit our website by Googling the New Jersey Arsenic Awareness Initiative. Once there, you'll find resources you need to protect your home, including 0% interest financing options offered by the state of New Jersey. Check the treatment options page for treatment professionals near you. Use the checklist to remind you what questions to ask when considering which system to install. A cost survey summary shows the range of installation costs you may find, and see the frequently asked questions for other questions you may have. By ridding your house of arsenic with a treatment system, you'll have peace of mind knowing that you have clean, safe water for your family to use.
There we go. Okay, so that's that. Okay, now lead pipes are also an issue. You guys can check and see if your property does have lead pipes. And listen, the state of New Jersey requires all water supplying companies to replace all the pipes within a couple of years from now, from their supply end that are lead or galvanized steel. But they don't know necessarily what's in your house, but you could snap a picture of it and send it to them, and they'll let you know what kind of pipes that you have in their house. Here is a short video that shows you how their interactive mapping system they put into place, where you could see if the pipes that lead water to your house are what they're made out of.
At New Jersey American Water, providing safe, reliable water service is our top priority. The state of New Jersey is now requiring all water providers to share with customers the material of the water service lines leading to their properties, if known. It also requires water utilities to replace all utility-owned and customer-owned lead and galvanized service lines within the next 10 years. If your service lines are lead or galvanized, it does not mean you cannot use water as you normally do. The water provided to you by New Jersey American Water meets state and federal water quality standards, including those for lead. So, how do you know if your service lines are lead or galvanized? You can visit our new interactive webpage and map to learn more at newjerseyamwater.com/leadfacts. Here, customers can enter their address to learn what their service line material is. Simply click on the map, agree to the terms and conditions, and hit OK. Then click on the Find Address field and enter the address. The map will zoom in on the address and show the service line material on the utility and customer side. If your customer-owned side is identified as unknown, or you believe it is not accurately identified, we invite you to help identify it and report that information to us. Follow the directions provided, upload a photo, and submit. Below the map, You'll find more information and resources. Click on Our Approach.
So that's, you could use this link basically to search your area to see if your house is what sort of pipes are inside and on the exterior. They usually don't know what's on the exterior, on the inside, unless you submit it. They don't have a database of that, but on the exterior, they generally do. So you could take a look and see. It's strange because you could have one house that has lead pipes leading the water to the house, and then all the neighbors around it do not. So it's if that's the case, you know, you report it to them, they'll work on replacing them. Otherwise, they'll get to it when they get to it. Now, they said that the quality of water is still within the state standards, even if they are lead pipes that are bringing the water to your house. But if you're concerned about it, you know, if the water's been sitting in the pipe for a while, it could contain some lead. So just run the water for 30 seconds to a minute or two, and that'll clear that water out before you start using the water that flows through it, which will be fresher and cleaner. All right. So this is that interactive map. Let me just click on the link so I can at least share that with you guys, and you could search it. And that video showed you once again how to use it, how to use this link. And you guys didn't see any of that, did you? Because you were still on the slideshow. Oh, wait, yeah, it was in the slideshow. Okay, you saw that. Okay, and then you just scroll down. Where do you scroll down to? Is it here? You just click on the map. Yeah, it's your map. Okay, so you just click on this area there. It opens up the interactive mapping system. And then you could plug in your address here. Oh, you got to hit I agree first, like they showed you in the video. Hit OK. Then you could plug in your address here. I'll just put the street name, Sunnyfield Drive in Linden, New Jersey. Huh? And then you could see all the properties here. You know, if you zoom in on them, there's a circle, and there's two halves of that circle. Seems they don't know what any of the pipes are in my neighborhood. Which is interesting. That just hasn't loaded yet. Because, yeah, no, they do. Because I've seen this before. Interesting, interesting. See all these circles? Half of the circle will be one color. That's the left side of the circle, is what the pipes are inside your house. The right side of the circle is what kind of pipes are feeding the water to your house. I think this is just taking a second here to load that information up. Usually it loads up right away. Let's just reload the map again. And it should come up. So if you experience that, I know they do have the information in the neighborhood there, so. I agree. Yeah. Okay. And you can search anywhere in the state in their coverage area, and it usually has the data that's filling in. I'm wondering if their database may be down or something, because you're not seeing anything in the circles. Usually you'll see something. All right, so wait till later and try it again. That's all I could tell you. Here, let me give you the link to it. That's the link to test it, to check it out. It obviously ain't working too good right now, but I know that it usually does have the information there. Right now, it's just showing you blank circles. It's not loading the info from the database for whatever reason. So let's move on. All right, underground storage tanks. What do we keep underground in storage tanks? Well, we could keep human waste with septic tanks. We could keep heating oil. Sometimes these are in tanks that are in the basement. Sometimes they're in tanks which are in the ground. But we also have commercial properties, gas stations, things like that. We have gas, diesel, dry cleaners, chemicals, and hundreds and thousands of other chemicals that could be kept in tanks underground, or wastes even. Now, when no longer in use, these tanks must be decommissioned. That means they need to be emptied and filled with an approved aggregate, or completely removed from the ground and the soil tested around it. A lot of lenders don't want to give you a loan unless you certify that the tank has been decommissioned or completely removed altogether. Now, let's see. So here's a bunch of different chemicals and things that are kept underground in storage tanks. Here's a picture of an underground storage tank, an oil tank removed from the front yard here. Now, I have two links to videos here from news stories about New Jersey's, it says toxic NJ, but really this is all over the United States, really. They talk about the issue about underground storage tanks. Sometimes the state of New Jersey would have grant money available to help you remove those storage tanks from the ground, but if it's found that they're leaking and the ground is contaminated, that ground needs to be, they got to haul away the dirty soil and replace it with good soil. But if there's any flowing water through the dirt, it could be passing that contamination to neighboring properties and such, which can end up being a very costly expense there as well. Here, let's take a look at one of them. And unfortunately, our politicians created this problem here. They've excused big businesses and commercial businesses from having to worry as much about the cleanup. And they say that private property owners, they cannot leave a slightest amount of contamination in the ground, no matter how slight. But business owners, they could businesses they could clean up the ground and still have a small amount of contamination in it, and it'll still be acceptable for them. All right, let's take a look now and see.
If there's not an old oil tank corroding beneath your backyard, chances are good there's one in your neighborhood, and insurance won't necessarily cover the astronomical cost of removing it. Tonight, the second installment of our three-part investigation into a danger beneath the soil. It's a collaboration with a dozen content partners, public radio stations, and private news organizations, both Rutgers and Montclair State University, facilitated by the Center for Investigative Reporting. Brenda Flanagan investigates toxic New Jersey.
It's caked in clay, but looks solid enough as the backhoe gently hoists Joan Fitzgerald's 500-gallon fuel oil tank out of the ground and into the air and deposits it on her front lawn in Clifton. But back in the excavated hole, dark residue stains the dirt, and the odor of petroleum's heavy above the pit.
Right, I can smell it. And you can actually even see it if you look far down there.
Environmental consultant Steve Rich chops at the clay. Underneath, holes appear in the 66-year-old steel. Daylight shines through some that are big as dimes.
Those are big holes.
Yeah.
There was, I think unfortunately quite a bit of oil which might have come out.
I don't know if I can talk to you right now, really. I'm upset. I've been upset all week, and now this puts the icing on the cake. Jones Tank is only one of an estimated 100,000 fuel oil storage tanks buried underground across New Jersey, ranging in size from a couple hundred gallons to monsters holding thousands of gallons. How often do you see something like this?
Quite a bit, right? Maybe 50% of the old tanks, they do have holes, they do leak. They've been in the ground a long time, that's why.
Serious cases where plumes of contamination ride groundwater channels far beyond the tank pits require extreme excavation.
It was pretty bad. As you could see, the house had to be put on piles and beams to remediate the soil.
He figures cleanup will run a couple $100,000. Insurance might cover half. The DEP's notified whenever a critical level of contamination is detected and gets a technical report when it's remediated. Homeowners then get a letter certifying cleanup's complete, and they can't sell the property without it, he says, because banks won't offer mortgages on homes with underground oil tanks. The grant money New Jersey set aside to help compensate homeowners for fuel oil tank removal can't keep up with demand, with a waiting list 1,700 names and 4 years long. So
Some are waiting in and out, and some are walking away from their homes.
walking away.
They walk away from their homes. They just don't have the equity in the property to ultimately pay for remediation and get it cleaned up.
I mean, like the Wild West, you just have these tanks out there that invariably at some point in time are going to leak.
Environmental attorney Stu Lieberman points to New Jersey's 2005 fuel oil tank exclusion policy. It lets insurers opt out of paying for damages from tank removal unless homeowners can prove that oil leaked before 2005.
It's a sin. It's really a crime that the Division of Banking and Insurance allowed the insurance companies in New Jersey to stop covering these things.
The upshot is that there are many homeowners that don't have coverage and don't know that they don't have coverage.
New Jersey's Fuel Merchants Association questions whether lack of DEP oversight on oil tank removals is driving up costs, especially if an insurer is picking up part of the bill to fix those oil leaks that occurred more than a decade ago.
The costs just seem to be a lot more in the insurance world than they might otherwise need to be. The costs that they sometimes incur for these remediations, it's really a market-driven process. And that's why the costs become so extensive in some cases.
The DEP says regulations permit industrial cleanups to leave behind small amounts of contaminants in the soil, but for home sites, banks and buyers demand much more stringent remediation standards.
There's no ability to obtain a permit to leave any contamination behind.
To help save cleanup costs, the DEP is now considering a controversial fix to relax some cleanup regulations for homeowner tanks of less than 2,000 gallons. Meanwhile, Senator Jennifer Beck's sponsoring legislation that would require insurance companies to start offering fuel oil tank liability policies to homeowners again.
If they don't want it, they have to sign and certify a letter back to the insurer that they don't want it. Otherwise, the homeowner's insurance company must provide it automatically.
Homeowners insurance was intended to be there for the structure and for your belongings inside. It wasn't there to be a hazardous waste plan.
The insurance lobby says those policy changes and oil tank exclusions were very clear, and insurers do not want to walk it all back a decade later.
At the heart of this, it's an environmental issue. It's an issue of maintenance, it's an issue of warranty, and it's an issue of making sure that you've replaced these tanks.
Back in Clifton, Joan Fitzgerald just heard cleanup will cost $75 grand to remove 125 tons of contaminated dirt. But she says she unwittingly made a mistake by converting to natural gas heat before she removed the oil tank, and that voided her insurance policy. Do you think State Farm is going to help pay for it?
No. Why not? Because I just don't think they will. Yeah.
State Farm told NJTV News that it's actively working with Ms. Fitzgerald about her claim. Now, across New Jersey, underground storage tanks and contaminated soils from old gas stations and dry cleaners lurk underground. You might be living right next to one and not even know it. We'll talk more about that tomorrow in the newsroom. I'm Brenda Flanagan, NJTV News.
So this is an actual issue that we come across a lot here in New Jersey as far as the environment is concerned. And it seems like that these laws, once again, this hardship was created by politicians trying to appease to the environmentalists, but then they put the burden on the homeowners, or they tried to put it initially on insurance companies. And they don't have solutions to these things, but they just throw out there and they try to make people responsible for it after the fact, when it wasn't their fault to begin with. The second video there will show you a little bit more about the cleanup process of this. Let's see if there's going to be a commercial here as well again.
New Jersey's toxic legacy doesn't just reside in its many Superfund sites. It also lies in thousands of underground oil and gas tanks, growing more corroded by the year, leaking toxic materials into the ground.
By the way, she used a term there, Superfund site. That's a term you need to be familiar with. Congress basically says that these Superfund sites are some of the worst contaminated sites, and they created a fund of $9 billion called the Superfund to respond to cleanups and spills, and then chase after those who are responsible for those cleanups, like the current homeowner, or those who and then the homeowner can chase after those who actually caused the contamination. Unfortunately, that's the way that it works. If it's your property, who's responsible for the contamination on their property? It's the homeowner, the property owner. And unfortunately, they don't care about excuses.
Beneath gas stations and backyards up and down the state. Tonight, we begin a three-part investigation into a danger beneath the soil. It's a collaboration with a dozen content partners, public radio stations, and private news organizations, both Rutgers and Montclair State University, all facilitated by the Center for Investigative Reporting. Brenda Flanagan investigates toxic New Jersey.
It was something out of a fantasy dream, like a nightmare almost, but it was really happening.
Elliot Zygmunt's lived with a fuel oil tank nightmare for 6 long years. His yard on Larch Avenue in suburban Teaneck is pocked with test wells that monitor contaminants still flowing in the groundwater beneath his property, despite cleanup costs now pushing $600,000. The oil leaked from an old fuel tank once buried in his side yard.
We wanted the tank out of the ground. My oil service company told me it was a ticking time bomb. Even before they got the tank out of the ground, they smelled and saw oil. They saw holes in the tank. It was bad.
And it got much worse. After the contractors winched the tank up out of the ground in July 2009, they tested the soil and discovered serious contamination, a toxic plume of volatile organics that flowed beneath his neighbor's home as well.
The first couple of years of this was really my house, my property. Their property was a construction zone. You know?
What did your neighbors say? How did they react?
Not well. They didn't take it well.
I was so angry, and there was nothing I could do about it.
Neighbor Inez Solomon says she watched in frustration as workers jacked up Zygmunt's house and excavated 250 tons of tainted soil between their two properties, the remediation prescribed by Triassic Technology, which was hired by his insurance company. They replaced it with clean fill. The result? There's still oil?
Yeah, there's still oil.
That's why monitoring wells still pepper both his property and the Solomons, connected by specially heated conduits to a shed in Zygmunt's backyard. The conduits lead to a filter that removes any residual oil seeping from the water table into the monitoring wells.
This is basically a very sophisticated, big Brita. That's the way it was explained to me, a big Brita filtration system.
The costly hookup hasn't logged 2 consecutive clean months and more than a year of filtering. Zygmunt's insurer has since hired a different company, Earthworks Environmental, to try a new technique, injecting the ground with hydrogen peroxide. That might cost another $100,000. Meanwhile, Zygmunt says his insurance company figures it's responsible for 82% of the estimated $600,000 bill. And with the special state fund that reimburses homeowners for fuel oil tank removal costs basically broke, that'd leave Elliot Zygmunt on the hook for maybe $100,000. His home's appraised at only $300,000.
The fact that they're looking to clean up the state environmentally on the backs of single-family homeowners, it's just patently absurd. These are expenses that no single family should be asked to endure.
Next door, the Solomons feel similarly trapped. Their insurance company's response?
Our company will not touch this. So you're just stuck? We're stuck. We can't sell the property. We've asked whether we can sell it. We cannot sell it until this has been resolved.
And both families want to know why they're ultimately responsible for what amounts to a toxic cleanup project with impossibly high environmental standards.
There's no supervision from the NJDEP. Never once in this 6-year period has a representative of the DEP come out here and looked at the property or told me the job is being done correctly, the job is being done incorrectly, we might have done it this way, we might, it's just, you're on your own.
Zygmunt's contractor, Triathic Technology, called this case an unfortunate circumstance because the house sits on shallow bedrock, where the water table fluctuates between the rock and the soil. That makes it a difficult cleanup. There's a lot more testing that has to be done. It's quite a bit more expensive. He faces the same cleanup standards as a chemical factory.
You can always find a case that everything just doesn't work right.
Assistant Commissioner Mark Peterson revealed the DEP is now re-examining cleanup standards for underground heating oil tanks.
Homeowners wanted that, so they had a greater predictability of the environmental professional doing the work, and some environmental professionals wanted that also. So we're working on those regulations to revise them.
We feel so exhausted and burned out by this whole process. I'm 70 years old. I mean, I've done all the correct things in life. I've brought kids up. I've always been an honest person. I'm looking forward to, my golden years here. And all I'm doing is wondering whether I'm going to have to abandon my house someday.
NJTV News contacted the DEP about Elliot Zygmunt's case, and a member of the department was there at his home when peroxide treatments began. He's hoping for success by next summer. But Zygmunt's only one of tens of thousands of Jersey residents facing what some call a fuel oil tank epidemic. We'll have more on that tomorrow. In the newsroom, I'm Brenda Flanagan, NJTV News.
All right, well, that's all I got on that story there, and that's enough to give you a good picture about the oil tank issues there. But ultimately, USTs are underground storage tanks. They can house many different kinds of chemicals or human wastes. But who's responsible for the release or threat of release of a hazardous substance into the environment?
The homeowner.
The property owner, yeah. It's your it's your property, it's your responsibility, no matter how fair that may be or not. So if septic tanks, cesspools, and tight tanks, all right, what are these things? Well, tight tanks and cesspools, you're probably not going to come across them, but if you do, they would need to be replaced with either hooking it up to public utilities or a septic system. That law changed in 2012 that requires cesspools and tight tanks be replaced with septic systems. Let's see. There's some guides to septic systems here in the book as well. Here's what a septic system is, that cutaway. I believe I showed you guys once before, where instead of the water going to the public sewer system, which goes to a water treatment, waste treatment plant, you've got one basically in the ground behind your house or in front of your house. Wherever it shall be. It's usually at least a 2 compartment tank. All the solids drop to the bottom and the scum floats to the greases float to the top. Then the center layer, which is just the liquids, the liquid waste, water or urine or whatever it is, that they refer to as the effluent. there will be active bacteria that needs to be living in this tank. So periodically you need to be flushing bacteria down the toilet that would eat up the solid waste that goes into this tank. And then it would eat up the solid waste, break it down into liquid, so that the tank doesn't need to be drained as often. Then it goes out through it goes through a filter here and then out to this, to a drain field, which will be a series of a bunch of these pipes, not just one, that are perforated, and they're surrounded by gravel and sand and such. And then there'll be more bacteria that cleans it up before it enters and gets filtered by the earth. Here's a basic of how septic systems work. Now, this is not New Jersey. This is, I think, Michigan, but it's the same kind of a concept. It's one of the better videos I could find on septic systems.
40% of Michigan homes use septic systems to treat their household waste. These systems are underground, so are easy to ignore. But lack of proper care can result in costly problems that hurt our pocketbooks and our environment. Understanding your septic system is the first step to keeping it working properly. Here's how it works. When the wastewater from the house enters the tank, some of the solids settle to the bottom, and other waste, such as oils and fats, float to the top. Only the liquid from the middle zone leaves the tank for the drain field, where it flows through a series of pipes with openings that allow the water to percolate into gravel surrounding the pipes. As the wastewater moves into the gravel and the soil underneath, the contaminants in the sewage are filtered and treated with bacteria that occur naturally in the soil. Let's look at a few common myths. This family just paid $10,000 for their new septic system. Now our system will last forever. No way. The average life of a septic field is only 20 years. But until then, we can use it without a care. Actually, no. They must be treated carefully or they will fail even sooner. What goes down our drains is gone for good. Wrong again. Americans pump over 4 billion gallons of wastewater a day underground, and it doesn't just disappear. Septic systems connect to our environment. After being treated in our septic tanks and drain fields, wastewater re-enters our groundwater, streams, and lakes. Improperly treated household wastewater can contaminate our well water, swimming beaches, and wildlife habitat. Following a few simple guidelines will ensure your system works effectively. For instance, provide a barrier so vehicles don't drive or park over it. Compaction can remove the air spaces in the gravel, so critical to the percolation process. Tanks must be pumped regularly to remove the built-up sludge and scum layers. If there is not enough room in the tank for proper settling to occur, solids and fats can be pushed out before the tank can do its job. Solids that leave the tank can clog the pores between the stones. This will cause the drain field to become saturated and unable to treat the sewage, allowing contaminants to reach our environment and the system to back up. Oh no. It's really important to be careful what you put down your drain. Put fats in the trash so they don't clog up your system. Don't rely on your garbage disposal to get rid of food scraps. Compost or trash them instead. Gardens love your coffee grounds, but septics hate them. Drains aren't trash cans. These are some of the worst cloggers. Put them in your trash, not down your drain. And just because a label says it's flushable or biodegradable does not mean it's safe for septics. And septics do not remove chemicals. Take things like solvents, paints, and pesticides to your local household hazardous waste collection site. Septic systems also don't remove the chemicals in medicines, and these compounds are showing up in our lakes and streams, posing a danger to wildlife. So wrap and trash them instead. Phosphates are found in most dishwasher detergents and are not removed by septics. They end up in lakes and streams where they cause an overgrowth of algae, which fouls our beaches and removes vital oxygen from the water. Look for phosphate-free. As each gallon enters the tank, an equal amount is pushed out. The tank needs time to do its job properly. So don't use a lot of water-producing appliances all at once, and don't let water run unnecessarily. Until you need it, turn it off. And save up for full loads of laundry instead of lots of little ones. Buy low-flow toilets and replace old laundry machines, shower heads, faucets, and dishwashers with the new ones that follow today's water-saving standards. If you have a leaky faucet or toilet, fix it immediately. Even a slow leak can overwhelm your system. Watering over the drain field can also lead to saturation and septic system failure. Remember, it's all connected. For yourself and for future generations, please take good care of your septic system.
And there you go. That's the way septic systems work. Now, Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation and Liability Act, or that's a mouthful, for short, CERCLA is the abbreviation. That's the funds of money, that Superfund amendment that is to respond to these contaminated sites and clean up the spills. However, that $9 billion isn't enough to clean up all the sites in New Jersey alone, let alone the entire United States. You get all these politicians that talk out both sides of their mouth, and they're so full of crap. They've given hundreds of billions of dollars to the Ukraine, but yet they only supply $9 billion for cleaning up our environment, which they seem to be so outspoken about, right? They're not putting their money where their mouth is. They're so full of crap, right? So this was created in the 1980s to clean up uncontrolled hazardous waste sites and respond to spills. It's administered by the EPA to work with the NJDEP. Is anybody here familiar with the Clark Shopping Center off Raritan Road? You got a shop right over there, right by Westfield, the Clark Shopping Center.
Yeah, right where the State Parkway, right?
Yeah, and there's a golf course across the street. And a couple restaurants and such. So you got the you got a shop right there. You've got the Whole Foods. There's a shopping center. The ShopRite is right around the corner, but then you got the on Raritan Road. You've got that Whole Foods with the shopping center there, with all those eateries and restaurants and stores. And across the street, you've got the golf course with the restaurant over there and the club.
Yes.
Well, if you actually look, there's little signs, tiny signs. It's the smallest Superfund site sign I've ever seen in my life, that's attached to the fence of the golf course. At least I didn't see any in the shopping center parking lot across the street. Both of those properties were Superfund sites. I remember when I was a kid, my dad reading in a newspaper, because I guess he needed somebody to share it with. He brought up the point that an article that he read in the newspaper, that land there was so contaminated that it wouldn't be able to be used for 1,000 years. And now we have a golf course and restaurants and Whole Foods supermarkets and Panera and all these restaurants and eateries there. How did they do that? All they did is they removed the first 6 feet of soil, topsoil, and replaced it with clean soil. And then boom, all of a sudden it's good. But underneath all of that is still contaminated land. So it's amazing that the DEP and the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection, the EPA and the DEP would allow this. But yet for the homeowner, they're busting everybody's chops. I guess I'll leave the conspiracies to you, but that's I don't know how they could have possibly cleaned up those sites. If you guys look around, you'll probably see some of these cleanup sites around there. You could see, if you ever see a Superfund sign, you could see that that's a very contaminated site. Now, under the Superfund and CERCLA, liability is on the landowner for the immediate cleanup costs. They're responsible for it, but they can always chase after those who caused the contamination. And ISRA is the Industrial Site Recovery Act. And this deals with commercial properties that says anytime a business shuts down, anytime a business closes or changes ownership, that the site needs to be tested and cleaned. Have you guys ever seen gas stations where they dig the they put a fence up around it, they shut it down, and then they dig the tanks out of the ground, they dig up the whole gas station, and they're putting in new tanks, and then they repave the lot? You guys ever do that? Well, it's probably because they changed the ownership, because it's still a gas station. It's going to be used and reopened as. And so ISRA is that law that requires that commercial properties do the cleanup of that site. Now, say that site just cleaned up the ground, tested the soil, replaced the tanks with newer tanks, repaved the lot, and now it's a new owner. If they decide that they're going to shut down later on that year or the next year, or they're going to resell the business because it wasn't all they thought it was cracked up to be, you're going to see a fence go up around it again, and they're going to dig all those tanks out of the ground once again. Now, would you think that that's good for the environment? I mean, it was just cleaned up, and now they're digging it up again. What are they doing with all those tanks? Sending them off to some site to be buried in a waste dump site? Is that good for the environment? Or are these environmental protection laws actually creating more environmental hazards than there were to begin with? I guess you could take a look at it. When politicians make these laws black and white, everything should not be black and white. There should be some common sense used in it. Hey, this site just was cleaned up. It was recently, the tanks were pulled out and they were replaced. We shouldn't have to dig them out of the ground and replace them again. But these laws, which are black and white and say that's the rule, well, then it needs to be done. And it's all done in the name of environmental protection. And this could be found on page 156, 342, and 343. On 156, you guys could see, well, let's do some highlights here for CERCLA, and then the liability for CERCLA first. Everybody got that?
Yeah, I got it.
Got it.
And then on page 157, this is New Jersey legislature enacted the Wetlands Act of 1970. And under this act, the DEP was given the authority to regulate certain activities in designated wetlands. Now, we're just going to highlight that. But prior to that, they talk about that ISRA thing I was telling you about, where the Industrial Site Recovery Act mandates cleanup of industrial sites and some commercial sites when they're closed, sold, or otherwise change ownership.
Got it.
Got it.
Okay. this just explains a little bit about how CERCLA works.
Compensation.
We don't need to get that deep into it. I already explained to you who's responsible for the cleanup, the property owner, the landowner, and who can be responsible for paying for that cleanup. Previous owners that have contaminated, previous owners or those who have contaminated the site can be chased after later for that cleanup. So the DEP is a New Jersey agency. The EPA is the federal agency. Anytime a state has their own environmental protection agency, the EPA will delegate some of their authorities onto them so that they could regulate those areas in their jurisdictions. So the NJDEP is the state, the Department of Environmental Protection here in New Jersey, that's authorized by the EPA to deal with environmental issues here. Now, New Jersey has this guide for builders. These are all the areas that, or some of the areas that New Jersey DEP has been granted the authority to regulate. And what granted them the authority to regulate these areas? Well, the name of the law itself. So it's like, what gives them the authority to regulate the highlands of the state? Well, it's the Highlands Water Protection Act. What gives them the authority to regulate the Pinelands areas? Well, that's the New Jersey Pinelands Protection Act. And the Wetlands Protection Act. The coastal areas, well, that would be CAFRA. And waterfront development areas, well, that'd be the Waterfront Development Act. So they're all self-named laws. Now, there's a guide over here that anytime somebody decides that they want to do some construction, they should always consult with this guide first to see if you also need to get permission from the DEP or other authorities other than the local building authority in your town. And so they have a guide here called Buy Bob. Before you buy, before you build, this should be consulted, this guide. Okay, and that's on the DEP site under land use. Additional government powers, public access to beaches and landmark preservation sites. Well, the government, the state of New Jersey, says that all people should have equal access to publicly owned beaches. And landmark preservation sites, because we have a lot of history here in New Jersey. Landmark preservation sites are not only, that's like George Washington slept here, or this battle was fought there. That would make a particular site a landmark preservation site. And those sites are regulated by also not just the building department, but also the local historic society, which can usually says that you cannot change even the look of the exterior of these buildings. But you, you're probably not going to have somebody who's going to be buying one, although it is possible, where a historic event had occurred and the property itself is designated a landmark preservation site. More likely, we're going to come across just homes that are in historic districts, you know, because we have a lot of towns that have historic sections of town, right? And those designated historic districts, a homeowner's free to remodel to their heart's content on the interior of the building, but the exterior, they usually cannot change the footprint of the building or put additions on that building or change the look of the exterior of the building without first getting permission from the local historic society. So you need to be very careful before puffing with your clients when showing them properties. What is puffing? It's exaggeration as a part of salesmanship. So puffing is exaggeration as a part of salesmanship. And before you start, if you're showing a house or a property in a historic district, be careful about telling people, oh, you could always put a deck over here, or put an addition on here, or you could install a swimming pool here. Because now if the person relies on that, what you told them as the real estate expert, and later on they tried doing that and they found out that they can't because it's a historic section and the historic society won't allow them to, you could find yourself on the wrong end of a lawsuit. So before showing a house in a historic district, make sure, if it is a historic section, that you disclose to everybody involved that or to those buyers, that they need to check first with the local historic society to see if they could do whatever they want to do. That you may not necessarily be able to do that, because on the exterior of the building, you usually can't change the look or the footprint. And direct public ownership of some lands in New Jersey as well. Over the years, the government's general policy has been to encourage private ownership of land, and certain amounts of land are owned by the government, the municipalities, legislatures, state houses, schools, military stations, etc. Although our current administration seems to be selling off some of our military installations here in New Jersey. We have a Netflix movie studio, a former military installation in New Jersey is now going to be a Netflix movie studio. Interesting, but so highlight these things: public access to beaches. Supreme Court ruled that municipal beaches, whether dry or wet, are open to the public on an equal basis, not just to the residents that live in that area. And regulations set up local historic areas. Landmark preservation districts may restrict an owner's right to alter certain old buildings on the exterior. Interior modeling, however, is typically free from regulation. And that concludes this chapter. Okay. Let me see if that American Water slideshow there is or site is working yet. But in the meantime, let's do the key terms to review. Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right. Oh, by the way, okay, here that American Water site is appears to be loading up now. You see, there's now these circles have two sides to them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's look up my street in my town. Okay, so now you can see all the properties. It's not just a circle. Like some of these buildings, they have the blue on both sides is fine. Where's the guide? Usually there's a guide that loads up here on the side. I guess it's still not completely loading up. But you don't want a black part of the line. So the right side is what type of pipes are delivering the water to the house. The left side, I think, is the side that dictates what's on the interior of the building. Oh, okay. If I click on one of these, it'll tell us. Lead present in service line material, no. Customer side, unknown. I just zoom out and scan around the area. If I zoom out far enough, I should be able to see some of those black dots. Maybe not. Okay, but we see some orange ones. Orange ones, these are galvanized pipes. Yeah, see, customer side. Okay, so the right side of the circle is the customer's piping in the house. The left side is the water that delivers it to the house. If it's white, that means that it's unknown. If it's blue, that means that it's a safe type of pipe. It's either the plastic or that other materials that they use. Orange is galvanized, which needs to be replaced, or black would be lead, which definitely needs to be replaced. Okay. And you can see like different ones. Okay, so that's what's on the inside of the house. The right is on the customer's side, but it doesn't seem like there's any lead pipes leading up to people's houses in these areas. Well, right over here, there's one. American Water. They don't know what type of piping is on the inside of the house, but they know that American Water's pipe on the outside is lead. Lead present, yes. But yet the neighbors do not have lead. So yeah, a lead pipe probably over here, just from here, from the water feed line to the house is probably made out of lead that they need to replace still. But you guys can use this interactive map to search and see if you have lead pipes leading the water to your house. Okay, but state of New Jersey requires them to replace that. Okay. Anyway, let's do the key terms to review. There are only one. Limit on the use of the property set by the seller.
Deed restriction.
7 is A, deed restriction. Standards for construction.
Building codes.
Building codes. 2 is B. Government's power to take property for public use.
Condemnation.
9 is C, condemnation. Permission for construction.
You said 9 is C?
Correct. Government's power to take property for public use is eminent domain.
Oh,
Oh, because he said condemnation. I'm like, I was lost.
Oh, he said condemnation? Oh, I thought he said eminent domain. No, 9 is C.
Okay.
Permission for construction.
a building permit.
3 is D, building permit. Inspector's approval for human habitation.
The certificate of occupancy.
Correct. 5 is E. Okay, next to letter F, or just above letter F, write the word proposed. A proposed use that does not meet the current zoning requirement.
Got it.
What do we call a proposed use that does not meet the current zoning requirements?
Is that a variant?
That is a variance. 17 is F. Primary method by which local government recognizes developmental goals.
Is that master plan?
It's all a part of their master plan. 13 is G, correct. New Jersey agency overseeing natural resources.
Department of Environmental Protection.
8 is H, correct. 4 is I. They're just looking for the abbreviation of CERCLA. 4 is I. Reversion of property to the state when intestate owner dies without heirs.
SG.
10 is J, escheat. Discriminatory local regulations.
Exclusionary zoning.
11 is K, exclusionary zoning. Court action by which the government takes property.
That one was condemnation, right?
That one's condemnation. 6 is L. Municipal restriction on uses of real estate in various areas.
Zoning ordinance.
Yes, say 18 is M. Existing use that meets the current zoning standards. I'm sorry, existing use that does not meet the current zoning standards, but it's an existing use that's allowed.
Non-conforming use.
Non-conforming.
14 is N. Once widely used wall covering containing a now banned metal.
Lead base paint.
12 is O. A naturally occurring radioactive gas.
Radon.
16 is P. And what are considered dangerous levels of radon that require remediation?
Is it like 0.04 or something like that?
No, not 0.04. It's just 4 picocuries. 4,
yes.
Yeah, 4 PCIL. 0.04, that's what you could see every day out or in the environment outside, in the outside air that you when you walk around and breathe. Government's right to regulate for health and safety.
Police power.
That's their police power. 15 is Q. Now banned hazardous mineral once used for insulation.
Asbestos.
Asbestos. 1 is R. That would be correctamundo. All right. Chapter 10, listing agreements. Let me just save these changes, close chapter 9 up, and open chapter 10. You know, while I wait for these slideshows to close and such, let's throw out the morning poll. For attendance. Chapter 10. So listing agreements. This chapter 10 is going to be about listing agreements. In this chapter, we're going to learn about, well, what are listing agreements? We're going to learn about the different types of listing agreements. We're going to identify information necessary for disclosure and how to properly price the property. There's a saying in real estate, this slide I made up here, there's a saying in real estate that if you don't list, you won't last. Why is that? Well, we'll get into it in the next slide, but agents should spend about 70%, this is my estimation, you should spend about 70% of your time trying to get listings. And don't forget to reinvest in your business to get more business, okay? Why is that? Well, if you're only working with buyers and renters and not actively showing properties to them, you're not going to get paid. So you can't go on vacation. You can't stay at home sick. Okay. So if you're a listing agent who was hired by a property owner to market their property for sale or lease, even if you're homesick or on vacation, other agents will show your property and they could submit offers on it and you're still going to get paid. And because there's 2 sides of every transaction, there's also the possibility that you could get the buyer for your own transaction and get double the commission with 1 deal. Not bad, right? Work smarter, not harder. Does that go? So only a broker can act as a listing agent to list, sell, or rent another person's real estate. and we do so exclusively. So anytime you hear the term exclusive, we're usually dealing with the property owner exclusively hires one agency to market their property for sale or rent, to find them a ready, willing, and able buyer or tenant. Okay, so that's what we're talking about when we talk about anytime we hear the word exclusive associated with a listing. And anytime we hear this word this term statute of frauds, it usually requires that something be in writing. Now, New Jersey statute of frauds stipulates that to be entitled to a commission on a real estate transaction, a listing broker must have a written authorization to act as their broker. So we can market an owner's property without we cannot market an owner's property without their permission. We need to get their authorization in writing. It's required in order for us to earn a commission, to be able to charge them a commission. We need to have a listing agreement that says that they hired us to market their property for sale, and to furthermore, that they're going to pay us a commission and how much that commission is going to be. The listing agreement must be supplied to the owner within 5 days if we take a verbal listing, although I suggest you never take a verbal listing. Otherwise, when we do a listing in writing right away, what do we have to give them immediately?
Listing agreement?
Yeah, what do we call that? Anytime we sign a contract with somebody, that we have to give them an original copy of that? What do we call that? There's a name for that.
There's some disclosure agreement.
It's called a duplicate original.
Duplicate.
A duplicate original. Anytime we sign any kind of a contract or disclosure with somebody, we got to immediately supply them with a duplicate original of that contract. Now, so let's highlight those things now on page 163. Let me know when you guys have that.
I got it.
Okay. Listing agreements must state, for any listing agreement to be valid, it must state the rate or exact amount of commission to be earned by the broker. In New Jersey, listing agreements cannot have the commission pre-typed in. Otherwise, when exactly did you negotiate it? Remember, all commissions must be negotiable. So the commission must be in writing and must be expressed only as a percentage of the sale price or a dollar amount. We're not allowed to charge up to have prescribed fee schedules where they give you limited options like this to select from. It has to be a blank line, which is then filled in. And it must specify a definite termination date in the agreement in order for that listing agreement to be valid. Listing agreements must to be moved. What is that? To be valid. All right. So, listing agreements. We have several kind: open listings, exclusive agency listings, and exclusive right to sell listings. We should really only take the exclusive types. With an open listing, the owner is free to list their property with as many agents as they want, all acting as their agents. But we only put the listings that begin with the word exclusive into the MLS. Otherwise, we can't have 10 different companies putting the same listing into the computer system, right? The MLS. That doesn't make much sense. So I got a little smiley face here because that's the guy you want right there. Let's start off with an open listing. An open listing is basically a unilateral contract. It's a one-sided agreement or promise. Uni is one. So it's open to any number of brokers, all representing the owner as their agent, to market their property, but not exclusively as their agent. So you're basically going into an open relationship. Remember, I told you guys, when you think about the business relationships, you should think about them on par as to your personal relationships. And an open listing is like an open relationship. You know, your significant other is free to fool around with whoever they want. Well, your client is free to list with another agent too if they want. Okay, that's what an open listing is. So because the owner is not bound to one agency, there's no need for an expiration date on that listing. And we do not put these listings in the MLS. They're not listed in the MLS. Only the agency who brings the buyer will be paid a commission. So it's like the seller saying, hey, market my property, use your efforts and your money, time, and effort to market my property for sale. And then if you bring me a buyer, and only if you're the one that brings me the buyer, will I pay you a commission. Only the agency who brings the buyers paid that commission, the buyer side only. So the seller's not committed to exclusively working with a single agency, but the agency is bound to represent them to market their property. Would you want to be in that kind of relationship?
No thanks.
Yeah, I'll pass on that one too. So let's highlight these things if you did not do it already. Yeah, I'll do a hard pass on those open listings, and I have. I remember one night I was in my office and I was working late. I was entering listings into the MLS, and so I was really busy, constantly getting calls. It finally quiets down, and I get a nonsense call, and I know it's a nonsense call. Like, I could figure this out. Like, you know, I'm busy doing something else and someone's talking to me, and I could figure this out in a split second. The lady calls me up and she's like, yeah, do you guys take open? And I stopped her right in her tracks. I didn't even let her finish the word open. And I was like, nope. I talked right over her. She was like, yeah, do you guys take open? I said, nope. And like, I kind of stunned her because when I was done saying that, she felt the need to finish the word. And then she was like, pen listings. I said, nope, nope, nope. I was like, it's not in our best interest to. You know, if you want to commit yourself to us to work exclusively with you to market and sell your property, we'll put all our effort, time, and energy into that. But if a property owner is not looking to do that, then no, we do not take open listings. And then she just hung up. I was like, okay, whatever. Not a client anyway, right? Now, exclusive, the word exclusive, anytime you hear this word exclusive, here's what that means. Any listing with the word exclusive in it means that only one broker is hired to represent the owner to market the property for sale or rent as their exclusive representative. Now, this doesn't mean that other agencies aren't allowed to show it or aren't entitled to a commission if they bring and introduce a buyer or renter to that property. It's only that one agency is allowed to market it for sale to represent the seller. That's what it means. So all listings have to be entered into the MLS within 48 hours. Unless who tells us not to?
The owner.
Unless the owner directs us not to. Unless the owner directs us not to. And then we get them to sign a waiver of broker cooperation agreement. Recall this stuff? It's not new. It's a form the owner signs when they request that we do not cooperate by sharing our listings with other agencies. That would be referred to as a pocket listing. When we keep that in-house listing that we're not sharing with anybody else, only for us and the agents at our office. Some people refer to those pocket listings as exclusive listings, and that's where the confusion comes in about the term exclusive. But that's not exclusive in this regard, where we're only the ones that are hired to market the property, but the other agencies can still show the properties. But when somebody signs a waiver of broker cooperation, it is like a secret pocket listing and exclusive only to your company. And so therefore, we don't put these listings in the MLS, because what is the purpose of the MLS? It's a database where we share our listing inventory with other agencies. And if the owner told us not to cooperate by signing a waiver of broker cooperation, don't go turn around and putting the listing in the MLS. An added bonus to that exclusive type listing, though, is that if the listing agent brings their own buyer renter, they get both sides of the commission as well. But you could also stay at home and be sick or go on vacation, and another agent will show it and you'll still get paid. So don't go turn around and put a listing in the MLS if you had the owner sign a waiver of broker cooperation, okay? Otherwise, you'll be like this person who ended up getting a fine and have to take 3 hours of CE after they had the owner sign a waiver of broker cooperation, but then put in a listing anyway. Exclusive agency listing. Only one agency is exclusively hired by the owner to market the property for sale. That's what the word exclusive means. But with an exclusive agency listing agreement, only one, the seller reserves the right to find their own buyer and not pay the commission. So this sometimes could cause a conflict of interest between the agent and the owner, who may be trying to avoid paying us a commission but wants to use our resources and money to market their property. Now, when a buyer gets introduced to the property, they're like, oh, wait, I found them. I don't want to deal with that kind of drama either. So other agencies can still show the property too. And if your agency, the listing agency, or an outside agency finds the buyer, we're owed a commission, but not in the event that the owner finds their own buyer. So let's highlight exclusive agency and then this sentence right here.
Got it.
Got it.
Okay. Awesome. This is what you'll see sometimes with an exclusive agency listing. You got the brokerages sign, and then you got like for sale by owner signs all over. What does that tell you? What's the impression if you're a buyer, if you're a consumer, and you see this many for sale signs on somebody's front lawn?
They desperate.
Yeah, they're desperate. I could probably get away with lowballing them, right? But what they're really doing here is they're just trying to avoid the agent from earning the commission if somebody just driving by and seeing their sign. I've seen homeowners go as far as taking the for sale by owner sign and sticking it on top of the agency sign to get higher. I've seen them go and they put masking tape over the brokerage's phone number on their sign and replacing it with their own. I don't want to work with somebody like that. What about you?
No.
Yeah, me neither. Me neither. So those exclusive agencies, you could take those listings. Me personally, I don't. I like this meme. Look at this. A recall has been issued for the for sale by owner sign because they've been proven ineffective. Hey, more power to the homeowner who wants to save money by not paying the commission. I do realize it's a lot of money to pay us a commission. You know, are we getting the lot of money? I mean, it is getting split. That commission is getting split 4 ways: the buyer side and seller side, and then there's the broker. Each agent has to split it with their company, their brokerage, right? Now that split can vary. But either way, it's a commission gets split 4 ways, you know. And then if there's a franchise, well, they get a piece of it too. You know, if you're using one of them big company names like Keller Williams or Remax or Caldwell Banker or Weichert or any of these companies, well, Weichert, not New Jersey so much. They're more family owned in Jersey. But a lot of these are franchises, and you're going to pay for the privilege. EXP Realty, all those are all franchises, and you're going to pay them a cut of your commission off the top before you split with your broker, just for the privilege of using their name. But either way, the homeowner, you know, they want to save some money, and I realize it's a lot of money for them to pay out. So hey, more power to them if they could save on that money. But the truth be told, the majority of for sale by owners out there fail to sell on their own. It's less than 5% of people who try to sell their property on their own are actually able to do so. The rest of them fail. So, as potential new real estate agents, do you see any benefit to that to you?
Yes.
And what is that benefit? Come on, you just said yeah. What's the benefit?
You'll get more clients.
These are possible listings for you. Reach out to for sale by owners. Sure, they're going to try to, now they may be a tough nut to crack because they're trying to avoid paying a commission. But the thing is, the majority of them fail in selling. So at least reach out to them, have a friendly conversation with them. Go into it knowing you're probably not going to get a listing from them. So this way you don't have to get nasty at all. But you could go into a conversation with them, not expecting anything, you know, and then, you know, wish them all the best, you know, maybe even give them a couple of tips, you know. And then just also hand them your business card and say, you know, I realize this business is not easy. It's not easy to sell a house. And majority of for sale by owners are unsuccessful in doing so. And a lot of it is a pain having to qualify your own buyers, and you know, there's security issues and all kinds of hassles that go with trying to sell a house, which we usually are the ones that handle that stuff for you. But good luck, and I hope you're able to sell your home on your own and save yourself the commission. But in the event that you're unable to, please hold on to my card and feel free to reach out to me if at any time in the future you feel a need that you'd like to use my services. I'd love to represent you. That's a whole much lot better than trying to get a listing and then calling the person a jerk off when they don't list with you, or calling them a cheap bastard. I've seen real estate agents do all this. You know, that's stupid. Which one do you think is more effective in actually getting you business and not ruining your name too? You know. Check this one out. Here's a broker that's not very confident in their own services that they provide. For sale broker owner. So basically this is a for sale by owner that's also a licensed broker. And I figured that they wanted to disclose that on the sign instead of in the contract. And, you know, they're not required to disclose that on a sign. They're only required to disclose that in an actual contract. But either way, look at this. a for sale by owner sign that ends up being a for sale by owner broker sign. Yeah. You want other people to list with you, and you don't even have the confidence in listing with your own company. Doesn't exactly scream confidence, right? This is the listing we should strive to get, the exclusive right to sell listing. You see this guy with the little smiley face over there?
Yes.
All right. So that guy with the little smiley face, hey, look familiar? All right. That's the listing that we should strive to get right there, is that exclusive right to sell listing. In an exclusive right to sell listing, we get paid a commission no matter who introduces the buyer to the property. Even if the seller finds their own buyer, they still owe us a commission if the property is sold while that listing is still in effect. So only one agency is exclusively hired to represent the seller and to market their property for sale. And the other agencies can still show the property. The seller pays a commission to us no matter who brings the buyer. And if another agency brings the buyer, we'll split the commission with them. If the seller finds their own buyer, we get still paid the entire commission. That's pretty good, right? Hell, even if the listing expires, anybody that we introduce to the property during that listing term, up to 6 months after the expiration of the listing, we would still be entitled to the commission, provided that the owner did not relist the property already with another agency. And as with any exclusive listing, the bonus is you get the opportunity of getting both ends of the deal yourself too. All right, let's do the highlights here and draw the little smiley face down there next to exclusive right to sell listing.
Got it.
All right, everybody good?
Yeah.
All right, so if the listing expires, the agency, like I said, could still be entitled to a commission for up to 6 months later, as long as the listing wasn't relisted. The property wasn't relisted with another company. And here's a little screenshot I took from a listing agreement from the Garden State MLS listing agreement, where it's under the broker protection clause. It says the owner agrees to pay the listing broker commission if the owner, acting on the owner's behalf, within 180 days after the expiration date, conveys or agrees to convey the property to any buyer shown the property by the listing broker or any person during the term of the listing agreement. This clause shall not apply if the property's been listed by the owner with another broker with another written agreement. So that's written right onto the listing contract itself. The broker protection clause. Now, in the shared Google Drive, in the miscellaneous documents folder, I have copies of the listing agreements. I have the listing input sheets for the data we need to gather to put listings into the MLS, the coming soon listing forms. If it's housing for older persons, 55 plus or senior housing, we need to get them to sign that disclosure as well. And then we have that new New Jersey Attorney General's memorandum about the New Jersey law against discrimination, which that also needs to be given to, well, everybody. Well, it needs to be given to the owner at the time of listing. Here's a way to identify the different types of listings right off the bat. when are we entitled to a commission with these different types of listings? Well, with an open listing, we're only entitled to a commission if the listing agency finds the buyer. Outside agency finds the buyer or seller finds their own buyer, we don't get paid. With an exclusive agency listing, we get paid if the listing agency finds a buyer or an outside agency finds a buyer, but not if the seller finds their own buyer. They reserve the right not to pay us a commission in the event that they found their own buyer. And then the exclusive right to sell listing, which we're entitled to a commission no matter who brings the buyer. I'll leave this up there for another second if you guys want, if anybody wanted to snap a picture of this.
Got it.
All right. Now, net listings in New Jersey are illegal. In many states they are, and they should be. Because it leaves the possibility for open to take advantage of people. So in a net listing, the seller tells the agent how much money they want to net from the sale, and then the agent can keep any amount they get over that figure as their commission. That's what a net listing is. Seller tells you how much money they want to net. That's how much money they want to get in their pocket after expenses. And they the rest you get to keep as your commission. Now, if you're going to try to get a listing and you're figuring out the math, how much do I want to charge? Let's see. Well, the owner wants to get $300,000 for their property. How much do I need to charge them? You know, if I want to get they told me they don't care how much I charge for commission as long as they get 300,000. So if what's the minimum I need to charge them? Do you guys know how to figure that out? First of all, I'll tell you how to figure this out, but this is not the way you're supposed to be trying to get listings. You're supposed to base listings on the actual market value of the property. But how would you do the math on this? Well, if you wanted to earn 6%, for example, let's start off, we're talking about the value, so we're talking about 100% of it. So 100% minus our 6% commission leaves you with what?
The amount in which they would get, right?
Well, 100 minus the amount we want to get, which is 6%, leaves how much percent? 94. 100 minus 6 is 94. So if they wanted to get $300,000 for a property, $300,000 divided by 94%, we would need to sell their house for $319,148.93 to be exact. To get our 6%, and then after the use of, now if you take this number and you were to subtract 6%, it'll equal 300,000 exactly. That's how you do the math in order to figure that out. But that's not how you're supposed to be trying to figure out listing prices. Listing prices are to be based off of the market value, the research that you did when you tried to price the property. And how do we price properties? Do we do appraisals as real estate agents?
No.
No, we don't. So how do we price properties?
The value of the homes in the area.
How do we determine the values? Or how do we determine the value of this property? You said we'd use values of the homes in the area.
What they sold for?
So what, our house will sell for the same amount that the other homes in the area sold for?
Not necessarily, depends upon if it has the same, same construction, I think.
So what, you're gonna have to do some kind of a report about this?
And hire an appraiser, right?
You're not an appraiser, so you can't do appraisals. But we do help people value properties. What do we call the report that we as real estate agents prepare? We went over this.
Is it a CMA, I think?
It is a CMA, a comparative market analysis. Correct. That's what I was trying to extract from you guys. Okay. What do we call it? How do we help them determine the value of their property? A CMA, comparative market analysis. Okay. And the multiple listings service, the MLS, that's where we put listings into the MLS that's how we share our listing inventory with other brokerages as required by law. And we got to do that within 48 hours. And let's see, subagency, an agent of an agent is a subagent, right? I guess that's the easiest way to understand it, but keep in mind, subagents only represent the seller, even though they were not hired directly by the seller. You could have two outside agencies, two separate companies representing the seller, but only one was hired to list the property to market it for sale, but the other one will be trying to work to sell it as well. Or it can be you as an agent of your broker. You're an agent, your broker is an agent, you're an agent of an agent, you are a subagent. That's another way to look at it. So net listings are illegal in New Jersey. Let's highlight that. We just need to know that. That's where the seller tells you how much money they want to net from the sale, and anything you get above that figure, you get to keep as your commission. Why is that illegal? Why is that wrong? Well, as it is, homeowners, we tell them how much their home is worth with a CMA, and they want way more than that. It's like banging your head against the wall sometimes. There's nothing that justifies the amount that they want. There's no evidence there that justifies that their home's value is what the amount that they want to get from it. So it's hard enough to slap them down to reality and tell them how much their home is worth. And now you're trying to earn a commission, and you get your commission is based on the amount over what they told you that it's how much money they want to get. You're not going to be making any money. So then your interest there, if you wanted to make money, would be to dupe them, to not inform them of what the true market value is, so that you could convince them of one price that they then agree to as being the amount that they want to get, and anything you can get above that amount, you get to keep as your commission. Now, some states this is legal. New Jersey, it is not. Now, here's how the appraiser usually sees somebody's home. I'm sure these are a little bit of exaggeration. The way the real estate agent does and the way the seller does when it comes time to list the property for sale. When it's tax time, the owner looks at their property like the appraiser does, and the city looks at their property like this. Remember that?
Yeah.
But anytime it comes to selling their house and getting money for the sale, they kind of flip the script on that one. But when it comes to selling the property, which is the only one that matters? The appraiser's voice. Because the appraiser provides an unbiased estimate or opinion of value based on supportable evidence. They don't represent the seller. They don't represent the lender. They're chosen by the lender. The buyer pays their fee, but they provide an unbiased, independent estimate or opinion of value based on supportable evidence. All right, we have 564 municipalities in the state of New Jersey, 21 counties. These are once again all the different MLSs. We spoke about this in a much earlier chapter, 101 or 2. We talked about all the different MLSs. You're required to put a listing in the MLS within what time frame?
48 hours.
Within 48 hours, unless
the seller tells you no.
And then you got to get them to sign. A waiver of broker cooperation agreement. All right. Now, when we put the listing in the MLS, we could put it in any one of these MLSs, even if it's not the one that's technically the primary one for the area. But then we're doing an injustice for our client, and we could get in trouble if they find out what you're doing. So, because you're not really working in their best interest by doing that. You should put it in the MLS that is primary to the area of coverage. You know, so Garden State MLS, remember I told you, I got to make this a little interactive where you can hover over it and it'll light up the parts here. Anyway, the Garden State MLS, its primary area of coverage is like Union, Essex, Morris, Somerset, Hunterdon, Warren, and Sussex counties, even though they got all 21 counties listed in them. Central Jersey MLS, formerly Middlesex County MLS, its primary area is still Middlesex County, no matter if they change their name, because the other agents have not truly embraced that yet to cover the whole Central Jersey area. The Monmouth Ocean MLS covers all of Monmouth and northern part of Ocean, because the southern part of Ocean is covered by the Southern Ocean County MLS as the primary. The Hudson County MLS covers all of Hudson County except for the northernmost section, which is covered by the New Jersey MLS, as well as Bergen and Passaic counties. Trend MLS covers everything from Mercer County straight down to just above Cape May and then out west. And then Cape May County MLS covers Cape May County. And that's for all the residential properties, land sales, but you could also enter commercial listings and businesses for sale in them as well. These MLSs are primarily for commercial MLSs. They have a lot of information. You don't need to be a licensee to be a member of the first two. The third one you do. And you also need to be a realtor in good standing. How do we terminate listings? Well, performance by the broker, the same way we could terminate an agency relationship, basically. The broker fails to perform. They don't put any time into it. The expiration of the time period stated in the agreement. The listing expired. How long should you get a listing for? Anybody know? How long should you get a listing for? As long as you can. Now, I want to sell your house tomorrow. You know, I'm not in the business of just collecting listings, but I need to have a long enough time to try to sell your property. So I'll usually try to get a 1-year listing, but minimum 6 months. Rarely will I ever take a 3-month listing unless I already got a buyer lined up for a property, but then it's still not a good idea to do that. Now, you could usually justify how long of a listing you need by looking at absorption rates. Absorption rates can be calculated by looking at the number of homes for sale in the area and how many homes have sold last month. And if you take one number and you divide it by the other, it'll tell you technically how long it'll take for the market to absorb all of the current listing inventory. But we know that all the properties in the market aren't going to sell. Some are just crazily overpriced. Some are in horrid condition and overpriced. And so therefore they probably won't sell. or won't sell within the listing term that they gave you. So there are many reasons why properties don't sell, but either way, we know that the entire market inventory is not going to sell off. So in theory, those absorption periods are used to just determine how long it could take us to sell the property. If no new homes came on the market and the number of buyers remained constant, we could do a math problem, a simple math problem, and tell you how much time we need to get as a minimum listing period. Let's see, termination of listings could be, let me see, the broker abandoned the listing altogether. The owner revoked the listing. However, that may still keep them liable for the commission, even if until the listing expires, the original listing period. Cancellation by the broker or cancellation by mutual consent. Bankruptcy, death, mental disease, or defect of either party. That would be a way of terminating a listing. Destruction or condemnation of the property due to its unsafe to enter, or a change in the property's use by outside forces like zoning laws. So that's the termination, the different termination of a listing there, page 165. How do we get listings? Well, all listing agreements must include a statement acknowledging receipt by the seller that you gave them the CIS, because that's the first document you give to anyone you intend to do business with, right? Well, at least for residential property. And it's not required for short-term rentals. Was that less than 180 days? Or no, not 180 days? Yeah, or was it 120 days? Anyway, the short-term listings. The seller must be given a copy of the Attorney General's memorandum on the New Jersey law against discrimination as well. So you got to give them the LAD that tells them that they can't discriminate. The CIS form you give to anyone you intend to do business with. It's not required for commercial property or short-term rentals. The Attorney General's memorandum is the law, explains about the New Jersey laws against discrimination and the federal laws. It must be given to anyone you get a listing from for residential or commercial property, telling them that if they offer their property up for sale or lease, they cannot discriminate against who they're going to sell it or lease it to. The licensee is responsible for disclosure of all material information that can be discovered about the property. How many bedrooms, how many bathrooms, architectural style, type of roof, is there a garage, how many car garage, is it attached, is it detached, is it oil heat or gas heat or propane or coal or what have you. What is the true tax figure of the property? If it's a rental property, you need to have a copy of the statements of rents and security deposits on file and all of that good stuff, where the names and locations of the tenants, which units are they in, how much are they paying. This is all stuff that would the buyer would want to know about. The lease terms. So any necessity for a certificate of occupancy or fire inspection by the city, if required, which it usually is. The seller's responsible for obtaining that before you could transfer the ownership. Flood area information, is the property in a flood zone or not? We need to disclose that to potential buyers. Could that affect the buyer's decision in purchasing?
Yes.
Then it's material information that we need to find out about and disclose. And how do we find out if a property is in a flood zone or not? Don't just ask the owner if their property, if they're paying for flood owners and flood insurance, because they may not be. And now the property, since they bought it, has been reclassified as being in a flood zone. You could go to the FEMA website and do a search and see if a property's in a flood zone, or have the buyer contact their lender. Their lender will search their database and tell you if it's going to require flood insurance. Because they're not going to want to lend you money for a property that's in a flood zone unless they know that you can get the flood insurance for it, unless you got the flood insurance for it. All right, so we highlight these restrictive covenants and deed restrictions. We could find out about them by asking the owner for a copy of their deed at the time that we're getting a listing, if they could have that prepared for us. We could snap a picture of that with our cell phones. Don't just snap a picture. Download the Adobe app. What is that Adobe app called? The Adobe Scan app, which is free, where you could scan an image using the camera on your phone, and it'll scan and make a PDF document out of it, which is easier to share and print. It's a lot easier to share and print than a picture is. Okay, you guys got this stuff highlighted?
Yeah, I got it.
Yes.
So where do you get listings from? Here, let's stop before you start looking at that list. Let me ask you, where are you guys getting listings from? Where are you going to get your business from? Where are you going to get your listings from? Do you know? Do you know?
The MLS.
No, you don't get listings from the MLS. I mean, where do you get listings from property owners where they hire you to market their property for sale? The listings in the MLS, they're already working with a real estate agent. How are you going to try to get listings where you're going to get an owner to hire you to market their property for sale or rent?
Perfect.
Huh?
Perfect. I mean,
I'm putting you guys on the spot right now. I want you guys to just kind of spitball some ideas around. Where are you going to get your businesses from? How do you get business? How do you get listings for sale or rent, for that matter? How do you get these properties? How do you get these owners to want to hire you to market their property? This is, look, after you get your licenses, this is the training your broker's got to give you. How do I get business? Where do I get my business from? Now, what do I do that I got a license? Now, how do I make money?
Well, those things that you mentioned before about sending out postcards.
Sending out mailings. Yeah, that works.
Prospecting, cold calling.
Prospecting, cold calling, although I don't like cold calling. And if you are going to engage in cold calling, make sure that you check those numbers against the do not call list first.
At one point in time, they were sending text messages.
You're not supposed to cold call or prospect cell phones. Cell phones, they don't even need to be on a do not call list. They're not supposed to be called. That's like the Canned Spam Act for emails. And then there's also a similar law for fax machines. You're not supposed to send unsolicited faxes as well. So how do you get listings, guys? Where are you going to get them from?
Social events, hand out your business card.
Handing out your business card to who?
Friends, family, co-workers.
Anyone and everyone. You go to Dunkin' Donuts or Starbucks, leave a couple on the counter, stick them somewhere. Are you going to do any advertising, maybe? How about have a website? How about advertise a little bit on social media? Yeah, let me give you some ideas because you guys are at a loss. You see what I mean by you need to really get training, and how training is more important than how much commission your broker is going to offer you. If you don't get good training, the failure rate, the turnover rate is high in this industry. So you need to get that training. Here's a couple resources. First of all, I'm going to tell you, don't be a secret agent. Let everybody know you're in the business. And don't be against doing business with friends or family. Why, you looking to screw them over? You know, I know people say, oh, you don't do business with family. Why not? If you're good at what you do, if you're not a huckster that's going out there trying to screw people over, why wouldn't you do business with family? You know, you gotta just let them know going into it. I can't make any guarantees that your property is going to sell. I can't make any guarantees. I'm just selling whatever it is. I'm going to market this property, try to find a buyer. When I find a buyer, I'm going to arrange appointments and all that stuff. It's up to them to make an offer. Maybe I personally will get a buyer. Maybe I won't. Maybe it'll be another agency or another agent that'll bring in a buyer. But I could advertise the property, but there's no way I can guarantee that somebody's going to come to it or be interested in it. Not unless you price it right. You know, pricing is the big deal. Even if your property is the biggest piece of shit out there, if we price it right, you'll get buyers, you know, but you got to price it right. So, because you get people that are investors, people wanting to fix and flip, you know, but if your property's a piece of garbage, it's all broken down and messed up, you know, it is what it is. Don't expect a top market dollar for your house, unless you're going to fix it up yourself. You got to have somebody else come in and fix it up, but they're not going to pay top dollar for that. So let everybody know that you're in a business. Don't be a secret agent. Let your friends, family, coworkers, acquaintances know that you're in a business. Advertise maybe on social media, but make sure to obey their terms of service. A lot of them, like Facebook, don't let you advertise using your personal page. You have to create a separate business page, and then spread that and share that on your personal page. You're not allowed to market directly from your personal page. That's a violation of their terms of service. And imagine if they canceled your Facebook page because you violated their terms of service. You guys would just die, right? Now, having your own real estate website is a good idea, so you could generate your own leads. Don't just rely on your brokers to spoon feed them to you, otherwise you'll starve. Blogging, answering questions on real estate blogs like Trulia, Zillow, Realtor.com, places like this, City Data, all kinds of websites that have questions about real estate stuff. If you show yourself as being the informative source that has the answers or that can get them and help people out, they see you as the expert, they're going to want to work with you. Maybe you'll get listings from that and just not have people using you as a resource to get answers to their questions. Maybe they'll actually reach out to you and you could get some business from that as well. And the bonus is every time you make a post on one of these higher ranking, longer, well-established real estate websites, every time you make a post with an answer to it in your tagline, you shouldn't just have your name. You should also disclose that you're a licensed realtor with all your contact info and a link back to your website. So now social search engines see these major websites linking back to your website. And if your website is about the same type of content, they give it a higher ranking in the search engines because they see it is relative material. That's how how the indexing works of the internet. Blocking to answer questions, blogging rather to answer questions. I just said that. Okay, mailings, sending out postcards or letters. But listen, anytime you send out postcards or letters to somebody, be direct. Don't be so cryptic. Don't start using terminology that industry insiders only know, because you're going to start talking to other agents. Like when somebody's in danger of foreclosure or they owe more in their house than it's worth. A lot of the industry people, they refer to that as, oh, your house is being underwater. You guys ever hear that term before? Is your house underwater? Or no?
No.
Yeah. So why would you start using it? You know, it doesn't make sense to start using that in your ads. Don't expect other people out there to know what it means if you don't. And just because you're in the industry, you start learning the lingo now, don't expect other people out there who's not in the industry to know it. So that's ineffective advertising. You'd be better off advertising and saying, hey, in danger of foreclosure? Is your home worth less than what you owe on the loan? Going to divorce? We can help. You know, be direct. Be direct in your advertising, and it's more effective. Also, what I found that works pretty good too is just sending out a postcard that's kind of set up like a certificate that's redeemable for a free comparative market analysis to help value your property. Don't assume the public knows what a CMA, comparative market analysis, is. You know, don't ever call it an appraisal. Don't say this certificate is redeemable for an appraisal, because you can't offer appraisals because you're not a licensed appraiser. You could say it's redeemable for a free CMA to help CMA, comparative market analysis presentation, to help you find out how much your home is worth. That's often a way to get your foot in the door. Why would people want to know how much their home is worth? Usually because they want to sell it, right? So, boom, there's your in. How about marketing to list pendants lists? What are list pendants lists? What's a list pendants? Come on, people. What's a list pendants? God. A list pendens is a public notice of possible future legal action when people fall behind on their mortgage payments. The lenders will file a list pendens in the public records, right? So you could reach out to them and market to them because you know that they're possible danger of losing the property. What about those for sale by owners that I told you about before? We already discussed that that's a possible listings right there. Nobody mentioned them at all. How about networking with lender asset managers for properties that have already been foreclosed and they're now bank-owned properties? Try to get listings from them. We call them REO listings or REO properties. REO stands for real estate owned. It's real estate owned by the bank. They're bank-owned properties. You could also try to get listings from HUD, Fannie Mae, or Indy Mac, but you can only get listings from a HUD if your broker is a HUD-approved agency. Ask that on your job interview questions, which I have on that sample job interview question list in the shared Google Drive there. Are you a HUD-approved or HUD-certified brokerage? Only HUD-approved brokerages can make offers on HUD listings and can list properties for sale through HUD. Billboards and mini billboards, those business cards, hand them out like they're going out of style. Those bus stop benches and public garbage and recycle bin covers, they're like smaller billboards, but when people stop at the light, they're right there. They tend to look at them. Those things are actually kind of affordable to advertise on. You may see them around in a lot of towns. The event networking at go to events, network yourself, go to town hall meetings and other social gatherings and events and hand out your business cards. Business networking groups, you may want to join one. What about your church or religious group or maybe a social group that you're a member of? Let everybody know that you're in the business. You got any hobbies? Me, I like to play pool. I want to learn how to play golf. So there's a way for me to get an in there now. Once I start going to join up and sign up for a golf club somewhere. But I want to learn how to play golf and then mix and mingle, rub elbows with those people and hand out my business cards. But get a hobby. I don't care if it's a sports or if you're into reading, a book club, a knitting club, whatever the hell your thing is, you know, reach out to people. Do you just like hanging out in a barber shop? You know, hell, everybody comes in there, give your business cards to. For that matter, go into businesses and ask them if you could put those little card holders there and leave a stack of your business cards there. Diner placemats, they're expensive and they don't work well. Neither do those back to school book cover sponsorships. If you want to help the kids out and pay for some money for that stuff, go ahead by all means. But you're not going to get a large audience. The juice ain't worth the squeeze on that for your money getting out there. So at the beginning, I probably wouldn't do that at the beginning anyway. Promotional materials like magnetic business cards. Well, you can just get business cards and you could buy a case of magnets already pre-cut with glue on the back end. You just peel it off and then you could stick it to the back of your business card, and then it's magnetic, and you could have magnetic business cards you hand out to people or send to them or whatever with them. Desk calendars, refrigerator calendars, to-do lists with that, you know, like the white eraser boards that they could put on a refrigerator, but those things cost a little bit more. Magnetic, let's see. How about t-shirts, hats, personalized pens, drink containers, stress balls, koozies, you know, those drink containers, the koozies, frisbees, things like that. You can hand them out at street fairs and things. Shopping carts, branded shopping bags, now that they've outlawed plastic. That was a moronic thing to do. You know, we outlawed straws. Can anybody explain to me how a straw in the United States gets to the Indian Ocean and those tropics? You know, the ones where they show you where all the garbage is floating in the water, all the straws, and they tell you about the pollution in the water. Do you know that less than 1% of that is actually coming from the United States? We put our waste in the ground. We don't dump it in the ocean. So can anybody explain to me how any of that gets there? Plus, don't we recycle our plastics? Look, even if you spit it on the ground and you throw it on the ground, how does that get into the ocean? Less than 1% of our plastics actually get to the ocean. Less than 1%. The majority of that stuff is coming from a lot of these Asian countries and Africa, where they just throw garbage into the water. So yet they outlawed here, but now we don't have plastic bags to shop. So get a decent quality shopping bags if you want to get a bunch of them made up and brand yourself on them so that you get the word out. You're in front of people, you know, they're spreading the word out. Get your shopping bag from this guy. Media, you'd be surprised. Radio is kind of expensive to advertise on, but your local cable TV is not. National TV is. Newspapers are kind of expensive, but you know, some of the magazines may be more affordable. Reaching out to for sale by owners, sending them postcards, or maybe even door knocking. But check with the municipality. Some places don't allow that, like Woodbridge has a no-knock ordinance. It's against the law without a permit. Expired listings. Ooh. Listings that were in the MLS that never sold. You think those people are motivated to sell? Yeah, they already had their property listed. Now, they may be a little bit turned off because they already dealt with an agent before. So they're a little bit different than a for sale by owner to crack and deal with. But, you know, they still want to sell their property. But before you contact them, make sure they didn't relist the property for sale. It's against the law to solicit the business of another broker. So make sure they didn't relist it. There's a tool called the Red X. It's worth the money, where you could plug in your MLS logins. It'll automatically scan for certain types of listings and certain areas or criterias that you plug in. And you can run it every morning, and it'll give you a list of all the recently expired listings with the phone numbers and such that they've gotten, not just from the MLS, because sometimes in the MLS, the agent puts their own phone number there for the property owner. And it cross-references it with other public databases to try to confirm whether that's the property owner's phone number or not, and reach out to them. Try to get the listing, you know. Hey, the early bird gets the worm, right? But this tool is really good. You could be the first one to reach out to those expired listings. Also send them postcards or drive by their house and drop a postcard in it. Stick it in their door. Did you know your listing expired? Open house buyers. Yeah, host an open house for other agents' listings in your office. You started an office, you don't have any listings. Well, host an open house for other agents. And all those are potential buyers that you would then be working with. And sometimes those buyers have something to sell. Or if you want to target buyers, you could always, now this is for listings. If you want to target buyers, who are some potential buyers? How about some college graduates maybe, right? You could advertise on job boards. You could advertise in industry places where business professionals look. You can advertise to renters in apartment buildings.
Especially the expensive ones.
It makes sense. Like right now, it makes probably more sense to buy than it does to rent. Renting is expensive. Whoa, what happened there? Okay, so here's some more resources I have for you. I know this is slowing us down a bit, but I'm giving you guys tons of resources, not counting on your potential brokers giving you the proper training. I'm giving you guys a crap load of resources here. You're welcome. Maybe you could use some of these things for your benefit right here. Here's a bunch of software and resources to help you do that marketing and advertising, because mailing is expensive. Anybody know what a first-class stamp is going for these days?
I don't know, it just went up.
For sending out one letter, what a first-class stamp is? Google it. Somebody tell me how much a first-class stamp is right now. All I got to do is this. Hey, Google, how much is a first-class stamp?
According to USPS, standard-sized rectangular envelope stamps start at 66 cents.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Oh my God.
Remember when it used to be like 20 cents?
I don't even know what to say to that. Stamps must have gone up over 10 cents since Biden's been president for a first-class stamp. Over 10 cents. Wow. That's crazy. So 66 cents for a first-class stamp. That is insane. That's not even talking about the cost for printing postcards or your mailings that you want to send out. Well, I'm going to show you guys a resource where you could send it out really cheap. There's something called Every Door Direct Mail through the U.S. Postal Service, where you don't need to subscribe to mailing lists. You don't need to buy a special postage permit. You don't need to merge mailing lists and then print on labels and then take the time. So you got to buy labels and then you got to spend the ink to print on those labels, the list of the addresses and the people who you're going to send it to. And then you've got to take those and take the time and affix those labels to each mailing piece. Time is money. Remember, that's too. So you're spending ink, you're spending money on labels, then you're spending money on your time to affix those labels on the databases. There's a tool on the post office website called Every Door Direct Mail. Here it is right here. And this tool, this online tool, you got to sign up. You know, it's free. Sign up on there. You put your, you can much cheaper than the price of a 1.66 stamp. Look at this. For 19 cents, 19.8, 0.198 cents. So for 19, let's just say 20 cents, let's round it up. For 20 cents, you could send a mailing piece, each mailing piece. And you don't need to put any address on it. All you got to do is you search like what looks like a Google map. When you hover your mouse over the map, your mail carrier routes will be highlighted. You click on it, it stays highlighted. It tells you how many mailboxes are on that route, how many are for residential, how many are for businesses. You could select that you don't want to send to businesses, that you only want to send to residential, for example, or vice versa, or send them to both. It'll tell you how many mailboxes are on that route and how much it'll cost you to put a mailing piece in every mailbox along that route. And then you could hover along different routes and highlight separate carrier routes. And each carrier route is numbered with the post office. You know, the one that your postal person walks the route and puts the mail in your mailbox. So there's many boxes. So it's like weird shapes all over the place that are selected. But it tells you, and it'll keep you a running total. And whatever's within your budget, then you select that route. You select the date that you want it to go out. You purchase the postage online for those carrier routes when you want it to go out. And then you drop that receipt off to the post office along with enough mailing pieces that aren't even labeled. And they'll put one mailing piece in every mailbox along that route. They'll send it out first class, but you're paying much less than a first class stamp. And you don't got to spend time affixing stamps. You don't have to run it through a postage machine to affix labels. You don't need to get a postage machine. You don't need a special permit. Here, watch their video on this. Oh, why did I go to YouTube's site? Hold on a second. Let me close that out for a second. We can just put this full screen right from here. There we go. That's easier.
To the people in your business who matter most. Do it with Every Door Direct Mail. There's an online mapping tool for finding potential customers near your business. To use the mapping tool, enter a starting point. Then select nearby postal routes where you want your mail pieces delivered. You
see what they did? You just highlight your mouse over it and it'll have these weird shapes of those are the streets that your carrier walks. You click on it and it stays highlighted. Then you just hover over other areas, select another route, and then it'll give you a total of how many addresses are along that route. In this instance, there's 1,052. Okay, 729 of them are residential, 34 are businesses. Well, this is for this one particular carrier route. That's a total of 763. You can even select who you're going to mail it to based on their age range and their income. And you see the carrier routes are all numbered. And so they'll just add that carrier route to your list, and then you could check out. Look at this. There's 2 carrier routes selected here. Over 1,000 post boxes for $213. Let's take that same number. Hold on. Let's take that same number. Let's bust out with a calculator. 1,052 post boxes times 0.66, 66 cents. If you were to send a regular postage stamp on it, it would cost you almost $700 in postage to send out this mailing. Did I just save you a boatload of money?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
This is stuff that your brokers may not even give you. You know, I'm giving you guys some good stuff here, some good nuggets.
And see demographic data based on census reports, like age range and average household size and income, and choose among available routes. When you're finished planning your mailing, you can schedule it for delivery. Each mail piece costs less than the price of a stamp to send. Creating your mailing is easy too. You can do it yourself or find a list of printers or mail service providers on USPS.com. When your mail pieces are ready, bring them to the post office and they're delivered to every address along the routes you selected. Reach potential customers simply and cost effectively. Every door direct mail from the U.S. Postal Service. Your post office anywhere.
That's a golden nugget I gave you right there. Faux show. All right. And then we have, I'm not going to click on all these links and go to all these links. Here's some place where you could get some professional printing super duper cheap. They used to only sell to other industry professionals. It's called gotprint.com. Most people know about Vistaprint and Staples, but gotprint.com is super duper 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 cheap for printing, high quality printing presses. And they're much cheaper than any local print shop that you may go to. Make sure you guys get yourself some domain names for that you could point to your Facebook business page, so it's easier to get to, or maybe for pointing to your own websites. Oh, real estate websites can be very expensive if you're going to integrate IDX feeds where people can search the listing inventory from the MLSs, having it integrated into their website. Here's a website where you could get this really, really cheap. Some of these custom real estate websites, they could cost thousands of dollars in setup fees, let alone the monthly hosting charge, and for every additional service is an additional fee. They could be thousands of dollars a month. Here's one I'm going to show you how you can get your own website that has a lot of these advanced features, and it's very, very cheap. Now, what is very cheap? Well, for having all of these features, and it's going to pay back and then some. I have nothing to do with any of these companies, by the way. I'm not promoting any of them. I'm just giving you guys some resources to get started on a shoestring budget, okay? Is this going to be the best website around? No. But for the features that you get and the cost that's involved, it's a great way to get started. And you may not want to change later on. Now, they say it's $99 one-time fee here, or it used to be $99 one-time fee. These days, it's $99 a year. But that's for their basic plan. If you want to get their plan with all of their features and all the advanced stuff in it, I think it's like $500 a year or something. Here, let me click on the pricing, and you guys can see this a little bit better. Can you guys see the website right now? Or are you on this?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. Pricing. This is just my computer that's slow. It's not their website. Yeah, $4.99 a year. that has all their features and everything involved there. You could associate your own domain name to it. It's SEO friendly. That means it's search engine friendly. There's many different designs that are there that are then customizable by you. You could drag and drop all kinds of other features. They have it'll work on mobile apps. They have one like cell phone apps and stuff available for you separately as well. Not just that your website works on mobile devices. It's hosted by Amazon Web Services, so you know it's reliable and fast. So it'll display those listings directly from the MLS on your website, so people can actually search the MLS for active inventory from all these different companies right from your website. And when they do inquiries on your website to get more information or set up a showing, they contact you for that. So it's got a contact manager built into it. See all these features. It fully integrates with G Suite, which you could get that for about for one email address customized for a domain name will cost you about $2 a month. G Suite, if you're not, that's Google, where you get access to Gmail. They have video hosting, shared Google Drives, and all that stuff with like 30 gigabytes of storage for $2 a month. And you could customize your own domain name, so like the email address that I have, you guys send it to me, to my email address, victor@careerpathacademy.com. That's actually hosted by Gmail. So I also get these great filtering tools that filter out a lot of spam and garbage too. Advanced lead capture, blogs. You could have your own custom blog on your website where you write stories and articles, and then you take the link to that article or story and post it on your Facebook business page. And now people they read it on the Facebook business page, and they want to see more. They click on the link and it takes them to your website. That's how you capture that audience to drive more traffic to your website. In blogs, you don't just blog about real estate, blog about real estate type stories, about the industry, things that are going on, mortgage rates, stuff. Don't just put up houses for sale, how to decorate, how to prepare a garden, or just Halloween costumes and stuff like that. Put blogs up about all kinds of nonsense that will get viral, and then or your opinion on markets and stuff, and get a conversation going, and drive people to want to talk about it. And they could go to your blog and they could talk about it, register on your website, right? Let me see, you get all the support and everything through them. They remove their website powered by their company, by Website Box logo, all that. So you can have your own customized logo on there and all that stuff. Integrated G Suite, Google Analytics, Facebook Pixel, all kinds of features here. You guys could go into it. Mortgage calculators, all kinds of stuff that's real estate related. You could have integrated into this website. Go check it out yourself. It's called websitebox.com. All right. Let's just try to run down some of this list. Realty Juggler, top producer. These are contact managers, but this is all. Realty Juggler also creates flyers and email drip campaigns and all kinds of stuff like that. Prospects Plus, they create all kinds of designs for postcards. So does Lens Design, and they're also a print house. The Red X, that's that great tool I told you about for prospecting for expired listings and for sale by owners and foreclosures and such. We have homes.com, realtor.com. Along with your realtor dues, you get access to narrpr.com and NAR Mobile, NAR RPR mobile app, which integrates your MLS logins, and you could instantly pull up information about properties. Great graphic design tools that are simple to use and cheap or free. Canva is free. Affinity by a company called Serif is super duper cheap. And these products are extremely powerful and highly competitive with Adobe products like Adobe Photoshop, Adobe PageMaker, Adobe Page Layout Designs. And these tools are only like $50 and you own them. Whereas Adobe products, you got to pay like $50 a month to subscribe to it now with a subscription fee, in order to use their tools or whatever the fee is that they charge these days. QR code generator. You know what? Pull out that QR code generator because you'd have to actually pay for a subscription with them. But there's a QR code generator. I'm looking for other ones that are available out there right now, or free software for QR code generators, where you could easily make them and then own them. Okay. These QR code generators, they generate a QR code for you, a scannable code like you can scan with your camera, and it'll take you to a website or add your contact information to somebody's cell phone or what have you. But this website, it's real easy. However, they do have a subscription fee to it. Otherwise, it's they only give it free for like 60 days or something like that for each QR code that you make. So it's not free forever. So I thought it was, it's not. So I'm still looking around for a good alternative to that. Now, as far as financial software to keep track of your expenses and such, you have the QuickBooks self-employed version I keep telling you about. Here we go, quickbooks.intuit.com/self-employed, or FreshBooks, their competitor. Hootsuite is a way that you could manage all of your social media from one point. So you could open up this Hootsuite of software and you can make a post somewhere and it'll post to all your different social media pages at one time. And then you could also see when people are responding on different types of social media, it's Facebook or Instagram or this or that or the other thing, all in one interface. If you're not good at graphic design, don't want to do your own stuff, you could hire professional designers to make designs for you at a company called Fiverr. It's a website where you can get them to make videos for you or graphics or forms or images for $5 and you own it. Remine is a tool that some of the that you get for free with membership in some of the MLSs for real estate data mining and using those tools to mine for clients. You could search online, do a YouTube search, look up Remine. You could go to their website too, but it still may be a little complicated to figure out. But it's a great tool. Go search online how to use Remine for real estate agents. Don't ignore your realtor's profile on realtor.com. And you can edit it here as well. All right. We're going to probably take a break right now. So a lot of information we need to gather in order to put a listing in the MLS. You're not going to just go to somebody's property with a blank pad and a pen and just try to write down everything that you see. We have every MLS has their own listing input sheets of the information that you got to gather, including some of the things that are mandatory that need to be collected and put into the MLS and what is optional. So some of the things that we know that we need to collect are the names and addresses of the owners, adequate description of the property. We could ask the owner for a copy of their survey, or we could just go to tax records and try to get the lot dimensions, even though it's not as accurate. But the number, size, and layout of the rooms, what floors they're on, type of flooring, cooling system, what type of cooling systems, what rooms are they in? Is it central? Is it window unit air conditioning? Is it through the wall? Is it ceiling fan? Is it a whole house fan? Is it a heat pump? Are there what type of heating systems or fuel is being used? The room sizes and square footage, I'd only quote really if I have a blueprint. Otherwise, that's an invitation for somebody to sue you in the litigious society of New Jersey. Construction and age of building, information relative to the neighborhood, like where the schools are, that the kids will be going to if you buy this house, things of that nature. So these listing input sheets, here's some examples of one from the Garden State MLS that gives you all that info. There's the link right here for that. I'll click on that to open it. But in the meantime, while that opens, we could just continue on with the slideshow. Current taxes, the true amount, not the discounted amount that somebody may be getting. Any special assessments for outstanding unpaid special assessments. Those are those improvement taxes. What are the dues if there's a HOA or maintenance fee that needs to be paid? How much are they? What are the amount of any existing financing that may be? We should gather that, not to put publicly, but so that we could do the net sheet for the seller. If the property is distressed, meaning that it's going through a short sale, foreclosure, divorce, or bankruptcy, so that we know better how we could help the homeowner address trying to sell this property. We'll take different different approaches for these different situations. If a person's in bankruptcy, you're probably not going to be able to sell the house at all. Now, find out what the utility companies are. The average utility bill payments really don't matter. You really don't need to gather that because that's going to vary from person to person in my experience. Utility companies, though, you should gather that information so that you can supply it to the buyers because instead of having the utilities shut off before closing and then the buyer needs to get utilities then turned back on in their name, you could just have them easily transferred into their name, get the final meter readings and have them transferred in their name. And then they don't have to pay for, could be hundreds of dollars in hookup fees, along with a delay of having no electricity or no gas or what have you, no water. Find out if it's septic systems. If it's a cesspool, well, that needs to be replaced with septic, or if they're on well or city services. Appliances that may be included. Is there any chattel included in the sale? Date or occupancy of the anticipated possession date where the property will be available. Possibility of any seller financing or concessions that they may make to help the deal happen. Zoning, what is the zoning of the property? You'll need to know that. Flood zone information, are they in a flood zone or not? You could find that out from NAR RPR website once you guys become members of that, or you could go to the FEMA website here at FEMA.gov. Here, let's go to a couple of these websites now. Let's see, the Garden State MLS, you can see some of their listing input sheets for the listing agreements, the New Jersey Attorney General's memorandum, the latest one. Change of status forms, withdrawal of listing forms, coming soon listing forms, HUD's housing for older persons form, which appears to have been updated this year. Let's take a look at that one. See how it was updated. Oh, okay, so they added another age if it's over 55. 55 plus or 62, this is new. Or other, specify age. That's interesting. All right. Your typical single family house listing, there's some things that you would need to gather for those listings. The fields in red are the required fields of the information that needs to be gathered for these single family listings. You know, what's the list price, the anticipated possession, expiration date, list date, all this stuff we need to enter to the MLS. It's not all going to be maybe available for in the MLS, like they don't advertise when the listing is going to expire, so you can't see in advance that. The street address, is the condo, townhouse, single family, is it community living, 55 plus community or not? What type of ownership is there on the property? How many bedrooms, how many baths? Type of architectural style, what color is the house? What's the primary style? Is there a basement? Yes, no, what style of basement? You have the owner's initial the bottoms of every page and then sign the last page of this. Types of roof, is there an attic, yada, yada, yada. And then it gets into other features and amenities, some descriptions you could write in for your puffing. Room sizes, what floor those rooms are on, etc. So there's a lot of information we need to gather when we go to the property to get a listing. Heating, cooling, water systems, sewer systems, other services, the tax amounts, assessments. A lot of this stuff could automatically be drawn in from the tax records too. And the contact information, listing information, appointment information, yada, yada, yada. Showing instructions, see? Do they allow a sign? Does a Garden State MLS is allowed to be put up there? All right, then we have the FEMA, the flood mapping. You could plug in an address over here to find out if the property's in a flood zone or not. Here, I'll share that with you in the chat window. But, you know, if you go to the slideshows here, I got all these links, as well as them being on the shared, in the class links Word document. All these links can also be found in there. I'm going to reorganize that document with all the links and update them soon too, which will still be available to you guys even after you take this class. So you just plug in an address here and it'll tell you if the property's in a flood zone or not. It'll show you the mapping. But you got to make sure that sometimes there's supplemental reports and you got to look at them because sometimes the flood maps are being redrawn and the maps haven't been updated yet. So you'd have to read those updated materials as well to see if there was going to be any updates to it before you make a final determination if it's in a flood zone or not. But the best way to find out is either from the buyer's lender, if they're going to need to get flood insurance because it's in a flood zone, or if they get a survey, you could ultimately ask that surveyor, you could also pay him for an elevation study, where now they're measuring the property in 3 dimensions, not just linearly, but they could also check to see the elevation of the property, at the height of it. Because if you just look at a flat map like this and you see a property, and it looks like it's right next to a river, on a flat map, it looks like it's right next to a river. It looks like it could be a flood zone. But if you put it in 3 dimensions, you turn that map to the side, well, the house is on top of a mountain and the river is 100 feet down below, you know, I mean, so you really got to put things into perspective in that regard. So detailed list of exactly what will and what will not be included in the sale so that we could try to avoid conflict later on down the road. Licensee should always ask for a copy of the seller's deed and survey and their title if available. Then you snap a picture of that using that Adobe scan so that you can get it in PDF format. Even though you're invited to their homes, always check their IDs, make sure they're the actual owners. You're not meeting with the husband and his girlfriend who's pretending to be the wife, you know. That could be awkward. All right, so here's an example where a listing agent took a listing, but they didn't confirm that the owner was actually the legal owner prior to marketing their property and putting it on the market. That agent, let's see, they had a fine that they had to pay in conjunction with that, 90 days that they had to pay it of $4,000. And then what do they have? Some kind of suspension of their license for 1 year. And then, all right, following, okay, so they had their license suspended for 30 days and then on probation for 1 year. all because they got a listing, but they didn't check to make sure to confirm that the owner, they didn't check their IDs. Now, MLS listing input sheets, like the one I showed you just a minute ago from the Garden State MLS, will help you gather a lot of that information you need to put into those listings. Now, one of the cooling things I was telling you about was a whole house fan. You guys know what that is? Here's a picture of, it looks like a retrofitted whole house fan. These things are excellent. I believe that every house should come with one of these. This is, if anything, this is an energy saving thing. We're all worried about the environment and saving energy and such. Well, a whole house fan, older colonial style houses usually have these in them. There'll be a hallway closet, and you reach your hand in the hallway closet, and there's a light switch there. That light switch actually turns this fan on and off. But they usually have multiple settings. You can put it on high or low. Check out this lady. I found this YouTube video. She explains what a whole house fan is.
Okay, this is a video for people who are wondering what a whole house fan is. This is what the grate looks like in the ceiling. We just moved into this house and we weren't sure what this was. Some people, I think, call it an attic fan, but it's really good for cooling down your whole house. So it is a whole house fan. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to turn it on. I'll turn it on. Oh, just trying to focus here. What's going on? There we go. All right, here we go. Turn it on. That's high. You can see the fan blade is huge. High, and it creates an amazing breeze throughout the whole house. You have to have all your windows open so it doesn't create weird negative pressure. I'll turn it down to low. There it is on low, still creating an amazing breeze throughout the whole house. It works extremely well. So you're looking for an alternative to air conditioning in a hot area. This thing works great. It's been about 85 to 90 degrees outside. This cools the inside of our house at least 10 to 12 degrees. So we have not needed to run the air conditioning. Plus there's just constantly air moving through the windows, up through the fan, up through the attic, and I'm sure there's a port up there where it all goes out. But anyways, that's what it looks like. And here I will turn it off. And then the flaps close, and that's it. So that's what it looks like. Hope you enjoyed it.
So that's a whole house fan, and it's great, especially when you burn your cooking and there's a lot of smoke. You turn this on, it sucks all the air out of the house. Like she said, you should have your windows open a little bit because when you turn it on, it sucks air out of the house so quickly that it creates like a negative pressure. It could pop your ears, and it feels like it can make it hard to open a door if there's not a way for the air to get by. It's really actually a neat feature. Could cool off the house a lot without even putting the air conditioning on. Use a lot less electricity too.
Okay.
Now keep in mind that if you got one of these whole house fans in the attic there though, that during home inspections you should always go up there and take a look and see if there's a shroud over that fan, because if there's just big exposed fan blades without a shroud being over them, you're not going to pass the city inspection, because that's a danger of the event that somebody's there in the attic and they turn that thing on. So you could tell that homeowner, hey, you better put that cover, get that cover for that fan installed. Otherwise, you're not going to pass the inspection. You can tell them some of these things in advance. All right, so responsibility for investigation. We learned about this stuff in chapters 1, 2, and 3 already. New Jersey Real Estate Licensing Act requires that a fully signed copy of any listing agreement or sales contract be provided to the owner at time of execution. That's that duplicate original. And that all listings have to have a definite termination date in them. So you don't just put the start date, but also the end date on those listings in order for them to be valid. And you can be pretty sure that's probably going to be an exam question. Every licensee has to cooperate with other licensees. We do that by putting the listings in the MLS. If it's available for us to show or our office, it's got to be available for others to show as well, unless the owner directs us not to. And then we got to cover our butts by getting them to sign that waiver of broker cooperation agreement. Otherwise, we got to put those listings in the MLS within 48 hours. And any written offers that come in, we got to forward them to the owner within 24 hours. So let's highlight that here again on page 186.
Got it.
Commissions in New Jersey have to be negotiable, and listings must specify the amount of commission that's being offered to the agency that brings in the buyer or renter. Those commission rates are negotiated between the client, the owner, and the listing broker. And then that's the total commission. And then they also negotiate how much is going to be, they put that in a listing agreement, how much is going to be offered, how much of that total commission is going to be offered to the other side. That'll be disclosed on the listing agreement. Let me see. I don't know if I got a sample listing agreement here. And I got a link to one in our shared Google Drive somewhere. Yeah. So let me pull one up. Example of a sample listing agreement. Well, we can pull that up. Actually, I got the GSMLS still up. We could actually pull it up right from their site. See the listing commission agreement right here.
Yeah,
You guys see it here?
I see it.
The the owner's information goes here as well as their address. The property address that's for sale or lease goes here because that could often be different than what their home address is. The owner's phone and email, the listing brokerage's name and address, and phone and fax, what the sale or rental asking prices are, what the listing start date and end date is. You got to put your name here and your brokerage's name. And then you check off as of now which way you intend to represent the seller, your agency, seller's agent only, or seller's agent and disclose dual agent if the opportunity arises, or as a transaction broker. And of the total commission, how much of that total commission is being offered to other agents? Are you offering to sub-agents? Yes. How much? They call that compensation, they refer to that as cooperation. And what's the rate of cooperation that you're offering? Sometimes you could see if like the total commission is 3%, it'll say 3% minus a dollar figure, which has become popular because they're going to be now saying that you're offering 3%, but they're trying to make up some fees for like stolen signs and fees to put the listings into the MLS and all that, which your broker gets a bill for. To buyers brokers, how much you're offering them, and transaction brokers. And then down here is if it's a rental, how much are you offering? What the total commission is, if it's for sale or for rent. Does the owner authorize a lockbox to be put on the property? On this listing, the broker is offering a commission split of what minus what to potential cooperating brokers. And then the listing agency that's the listing agent's signature, listing signature, and then they print their name, and then they put their listing agent's ID number. That's not their license number, that's the MLS ID number there. And then the same thing over here, either the broker may need to authorize it unless the broker gave you authorization to fill out listing agreements and submit them. And then the owner would sign and date. And then if there's a renter there, if the renter ends up buying the property, when would you be owed a commission? Would you be owed a commission if the renter buys? In the event the property sold to the tenant during the term, the sale commission shall be paid by the owner to the listing broker if sold by, to the tenant by, and then you could put a date there, the length, the term, or you could put 6 months after the expiration even. We got our brokerage protection clause that says we're still due a commission up to 6 months, 180 days, even after a listing expires. If anybody introduced to that property ends up in contract with that owner, unless the property was relisted with another broker. Okay, so there's some other disclosures here that go onto that listing agreement as well. But that's what the listing agreement looks like. All listing agreements for 1 to 4 family homes have to contain a notice that in New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable. That basically we didn't engage in any price fixing. And if a for sale by owner we're preparing a contract for, we must have the required disclosure that we don't engage in that illegal price fixing outlawed by the Sherman Antitrust Act, New Jersey law, and the Real Estate Commission. And you can see this wording on the bottom of page 154. Page 55, we had that wording, and then on 164 as well. What's that? 154? Let's see, what was on 154? Let me just take a look at it. See if these numbers are still accurate. Wording at the bottom of page, update page 154. No, 154 doesn't say anything about this. It talks about pollution and such. Okay, and then what is that? 164. About Sherman Antitrust Act, multiple listing services, and no, it just talks about, that's not right either anymore. Well, let's see, 155 or page 55. Oh boy, it's got lost my spot. Yeah, 55. Is that right?
Yeah.
That page talks about the Sherman Antitrust Act. Yep, it does. Okay. So wording on bottom page, update 154, probably not. But it would say it's somewhere here in this chapter about unless they removed it when they changed the book a little bit. We don't engage in illegal price fixing. In New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable. Let's see, where would that say? Whatever. It's going to say it again somewhere in the book, but yeah, we had it back in chapter 3. So let me just update this slide and remove that that wording right there. The wording's on the bottom page 154. No, it's on page 55. And I think it could also be found on, 1 second, in chapter 11 as well, I think. Let me see, for price fixing. The wording that we need to add into the contract that says in New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable. I think it's in the next chapter as well. That we don't engage in the illegal price fixing activity. It's the looking for it real quick. Yeah, that's all right. We could have 155 alone. That's our page 55 alone. That's good enough. All right. Oh, page 186. Under negotiability of commissions. There we go. There's the exact wording that we need to have on page 186. As seller, you have the right to individually reach an agreement on any fee, commission, or other valuable consideration with any broker, and no fee, commission, or other consideration has been fixed by any governmental authority, trade association, or multiple listing service. There we go. So it's page 155 and 186 as shown below. How about that? Boom. Looking all over the book and it's right in our face, right? Hiding in plain sight. See what I mean? Now, once again, this slide, you've seen this one before too. This talks about the Sherman Antitrust Act again. Once again, here's that disclosure that needs to be added to the contracts. You don't need to memorize this. Your broker should have this and you should know to write this. If you enter into a contract with a for sale by owner, because they never had the listing agreements that gave all the disclosures to them. It basically said we don't engage in illegal price fixing. And that we don't engage in illegal price fixing or allocation of markets or anything of that nature, and that all commissions are negotiable. See, and I'll show you this. It says that in the listing agreement too. Let me show you on the listing agreement. Here's that Garden State listing agreement from the Garden State MLS. If we scroll down, it goes on the second page. You see commission or fee disclosure right on the listing agreement. As seller, you have the right to individually reach an agreement on any fee, commission, or other valuable consideration. No fee, commission, or other consideration has been fixed by any governmental authority, any trade association, or multiple listing service. This basically says that we don't engage in that illegal practice of price fixing. That's what that disclosure says. That's the purpose of it. Okay. So, seller property condition disclosure report. This is a way we get the owner to disclose all material information as well as defects that they're aware of on their property. Material information is not necessarily a problem. And on page 177, in this chapter, we had that seller property condition disclosure report that it started there. Let me see if that disclosure report has been updated at all on the Garden State's page. Let me see. Actually, we don't get it from there. We get that from the New Jersey Realtors Association. So I do have that in the shared Google Drive. And we could access that from here, but I will just open it up right from my computer. The seller property condition disclosure report. Give me 1 second as I open that up. I got to check and see. I'm sure there's been some changes to it in the last year. This was last from 2022. So the last one I have updated here, which doesn't seem to have been really updated much. Let me see. So as you guys can see, this is the seller's property condition disclosure report. Seller fills out their property information and names. You explain to them to be honest on this, because if they're honest and completely disclose everything, we're helping limit their liability in the event of a lawsuit. The answer options are yes, no, or unknown. If yes, sometimes it asks for additional information, like what's the age of the house, if known. So you got questions about the occupancy, the roof, attics, basements, crawl spaces, questions about termites and wood destroying insects and pests, and structural questions, additions and remodels, questions about the plumbing and sewage systems, heating and air conditioning systems, wood burning stoves and fireplaces, electrical systems, land such as the soil drainage and boundary lines, backfill and all that stuff. Questions about environmental hazards, questions about any deed restrictions or condo or homeowner associations or any other special designations. Some miscellaneous questions here that they added in. Questions about radon gas we learned about. And the very first one's the only one I really help them out with. I always say, check off no, that you're not going to give me permission to disclose knowledge or reports that you have about radon before they put an offer in writing. I mean, after they put an offer in writing, I got to disclose it anyway. But before that, I'm just going to tell them, for your protection, get a home inspection. And any major any chattel that may be included or excluded from the sale. What are major appliances? What are you taking with you, and what are you leaving behind? Is that garage door opener? I mean, it's part of the real estate, but let's clarify some of these things. What's going with the property? What's staying? What are you taking with you? What are you leaving behind? And what is on the property? Is there a pool? Is it in ground? Is it above ground? Is there a heater? Do you got a spa? Were permits obtained? And there's area for you to fill in a lot of other stuff too. Questions about solar panel systems. Lots of questions about that. Lead plumbing questions. Then it needs to be acknowledged by the seller and signed by them. And if the seller is dead, then their executor, administrator, or trustee would sign and date. And then the prospective buyer would sign and date. And then both real estate agents. And that's that for the seller's property condition disclosure report. The Attorney General's memorandum needs to be given. It needs to be given to the owner, telling them that they have to follow state and federal laws. They can't discriminate. And we got to give it to the owner at time of listing. And we must refuse to take listings if they do indicate an intent to violate the LAD. Let me see. We got to give that to the owner at time of listing, and we got to refuse the listing. There's two questions right there I could see on exam. Listing agreement. Once again, the commission has to be expressed as it's commission negotiable. So you have to have a blank line filled out and expressed as a fixed dollar amount or a percentage of the sale price. And you got to have an expiration date in the listing. So 1, 2, 3, 4 exam questions on this slide. The Attorney General's memorandum about the New Jersey law against discrimination. We got to give them that at the time of listing, whether it's for residential or commercial property. And we have to refuse to take the listing if they indicate that they are planning on discriminating. So on page 186, let's highlight that. This is stuff we also highlighted back in chapter 4 too, if you recall. And I think we even highlighted it in an earlier chapter before that. So this should not be strange to you. You should already have knowledge about this.
I got it.
Okay.
Got it.
Excellent. The expiration, all exclusive listings must specify an exact termination date. Geez, how many times did they say that already? You think it may be a question on exam? Okay, here's the absorption rates formula that I told you about on how to if somebody really questions you on it, gives you a hard time about it, when you say, I'm taking a 1-year listing or a 6-month listing, you could say, well, I could justify this for you. We could take a look at, I need to get a minimum listing to help me try to sell this time, sell your property. I need to have a minimum listing time here of what it would take for the market to absorb the properties currently on the market. You got to give me at least that time. So the absorption rate would tell us that. We take the number of homes currently on the market in this area, divided by the number of homes that sold in this area last month, and that will give us the absorption rate, telling us in theory how long it should take for the market to be able to absorb and sell all the properties on the market. Now, that theory also takes into consideration that, you know, no new homes are going to come on the market for sale, and that the number of buyers out there will remain constant. But we know neither one of those things are going to happen. So it's not an exact science, but it is a good guide to give us a guesstimate. And we can usually justify a 6 to 12 month listing period. Now, we need to overcome sellers' objections a lot of times. You know, of course, sellers are always going to say, my home's nicer and it should sell quicker. Yeah, but then again, the listing agent should also consider that, is the listing price correct, or does the seller want a higher price because their home is nicer? So they're trying to get more money for it. Well, then it may take longer to sell it because you didn't price it right. What about the showing availability? Is it easy to show the house? Do they have any pets? Are there any restrictions for the showing times, allergies, or odors? Those things we got to take into consideration. Now, keep in mind, we got to look out for the safety of any potential buyers too, and try to avoid lawsuits. Tell them to board their pets when doing showings. Make sure that they're out of the house, because it could be the tiniest little animal that's so loving, it'll lick you to death. And people could be deathly scared of it, and they could get hurt trying to avoid it. Trust me, I've seen this before. I did a showing before where this little fuzzball came up by my feet, and it was going meep, meep, meep. It didn't even sound like a bark, but it was actually a dog. At first, I thought it was a toy. And I was like, wait, how the hell does this wind-up toy come at me when I'm walking in the door, you know? And it was like, meep, meep, meep. And I swear I fit this thing in the palm of my hand. This was a full-grown dog that I fit in the palm of my hand. It was the tiniest dog I've ever seen in my life. I've seen puppies bigger than this thing. And it was a real live dog. It wasn't a toy. And I was like, oh my God, look how cute this is. And I showed it to my client. I had it in the palm of my hand, and I swung it over towards my client. He it was hiding behind me and grabbing at my shirt, pulling down on my shirt, like deathly scared of it. You know, like the thing was going to kill her, like it was going to eat her. You know, you can't judge the reaction of some people sometimes. I mean, I would expect that maybe from a Rottweiler or a pit bull or a big dog, a German Shepherd or something, but you know, not from this little fuzzball that I fit in the palm of my hand and I could put in my pocket. You know, her reaction didn't make much sense, but hey, this is why we got to watch out for the safety of people. You know, she could end up hurting herself with her crazy reaction. All right, so if people got pets, it's not just a matter of you got to worry about them biting or maybe even escaping the house, running out when we open the doors. Some people have allergies or they're sensitive to odors, and the homeowner may not realize that their house has these odors because they live with them every day. Remember that Febreze saying, "Have you gone nose blind?"
Sadly, Angela's gotten used to the odor her cat leaves in the couch. She no longer smells it. Yep, she's gone nose blind. We staged an intervention to help her sister break the news.
This is exactly what your house smells like. For real? Yes. Oh, you are tripping, really?
Febreze Fabric Refresher eliminates pet odors you've gone nose blind to. Smells good. One of the many ways Febreze.
Now, you think that this commercial may be a good thing to integrate maybe into your listing, maybe a listing video or something to give people the idea that you may not be aware of it, but other people are like, yeah, your house smells like this. Like, do you clean your litter box often? Do you empty it several times a day? Do you use that? Do you use stinky litter dust there, or do you use those odor killing ones? All this stuff makes a difference. It can really affect the way your house smells. And a lot of people may be numb to these senses because they're around them so often. Look at this thing looking up at you. That's creepy. Or what about this one?
You get used to pet odors in your car. You think it smells fine, but your passengers smell this. Eliminate odors you've gone nose blind to for up to 30 days with the Febreze car vent clip.
Wow, it smells good in here.
So you and your passengers can breathe happy. You get used.
Or one last one.
You get used to rooms smelling of sweaty odors. Yep, you've gone nose blind. You think it smells fine, but others smell this. Use new Febreze Fabric Refresher for your hard-to-wash fabrics. Its odor clear technology cleans away sweaty odors and leaves a light, fresh scent. And to get more than just your fabrics fresh, use Febreze Air Freshener for the air. Discover a few more ways to breathe happy.
You know, I had a lady one time, I got a listing from her, and this Italian lady, and I got this listing from her, and when I was going to do an open house, I walked in the house, I was like, hey, we got an open house going on. What are you doing? Baking pie or cookies or something right now? And she's like, no, come here, take a look. She took me in the kitchen. She had this pot of boiling water with cinnamon, ground cinnamon, apple and orange peels and rinds. And it smelled like she was baking like cookies or apple pie or something like that, and it smells so good. And this was a little trick that she was using as an air freshener, and the whole house smelled like this. It smells so inviting. You know, that was a good thing for an open house, though. But that's a neat little trick on her behalf. But yeah, you got to combat those odors, make things smell good, inviting. All right.
You get used to rooms smelling.
Yes, we do. All right. So let's see what else we have. Come on, come on, come on. All right. When we talk about the length of the listing period, how long do we need a listing for? Well, in addition to that time, here's some objections we need to overcome that sellers can pose to us. Well, my home is nicer, so it should sell quicker, so you don't need as long a listing. Yeah, well, agents should take these considerations to try to combat those objections. Yeah, but did you list the price properly? Or did you want to try it just at a higher price for a little while at the beginning? How about the showing availability? Can we only show it when you're at home, or can we have lockbox on there and agents can just make an appointment and come to the house any old time? Are there any pet restrictions because you got pets there that we can't have people? They could only come in during certain days at certain times between certain hours, you know, to see the house. Condition, what's the condition of the home? Is it in good kept condition? Is it also clean? Is it, do you got good curb appeal on the house? What about the showing condition? Is it that shining penny on the block? Is it nice and clean? An example, what I mean with the shiny penny is if you have you go to a listing appointment with a bunch of pennies in your pocket, have a bunch of dirty, grimy pennies and one brand new, super bright, shiny penny, and toss it on the table and ask the owner to pick one of them up. I bet you they'll gravitate to and they'll pick up that super shiny, clean penny. You say, that's your house. Your house needs to be that if you want to sell it quicker and for the highest amount of money. Because just like what you did right there with the penny, people are going to have that reaction with a home and shopping for a home. They rather pick that shiny penny first. And then once that's gone, then they'll look through the other ones. Taxes or floods, are there high taxes on the property? Is it in a flood zone? Are you allowing us to put a lockbox on the property and use a for sale sign, or do you want to be a secret seller there? You don't want the neighbors to know your home's on the market. Well, it may take longer to sell. What about clutter? Are they collectors trying not to be rude? Or are they just hoarders and got tons of garbage piled up all over the place? Your house needs to be in a HGTV clean showing condition. The bed needs to be made every day. The dirty clothes should be put in a hamper. Nobody needs to see your poop stained underwear sitting on the floor. That's disgusting, but I've seen this before when showing houses. Is the tub drain cleaned? Because people do pull back the shower curtain and they look in, and if there's a little fur monster growing in there, they get freaked out. Even though they know that, oh, we're looking for good bones on a house. We know how to look past certain things. Yeah, but you can't smell certain smells on TV. When you see the tub drain full of hair or mold or something, it's different when it's in person. So these people think that they know what to look for in a house. When you put in the actual live position of it, they don't. Does a doorbell work? First impressions and all, especially in these days where you could just hook up a remote controlled doorbell with some batteries in it, I mean, with older houses with wiring, doorbells have to be wired in. Nowadays, they got batteries and they're battery operated and they're through remote control. They got the ones even with cameras built into them. You should have a doorbell that works. If the doorbell don't even work on the house, the people are asking themselves often, wow, we didn't even get into the house. What else is broken? This is the thoughts that are going through their minds. Same thing is like if the paint is peeling on the front door. Once again, the first impressions matter. And if it's your listing, make sure that the owner has their kids remove any pornography they have on the walls. I've been to listings where I was showing a property. It wasn't my listing, and they had their teenage kids upstairs. They had the rooms upstairs, and you had posters with naked women on the walls and such. And I'm going through a house with a husband and wife and their little toddlers. Then you got to cover their eyes as we're walking through to show the house. It's not good. Is the property distressed? Are they going through bankruptcy, divorce, short sale, foreclosure, estate sale? How much commission are they offering? Could that affect the sale and how quickly your house sells? Sure can. The other agents, they are looking. They may not supposed to be looking at it, but they do. They want to make money, right? Any chattel included or excluded from the sale? Are they including the washer and dryer? Or is the seller offering a concession to pay some money towards the buyer's closing costs? Are they offering any kind of bonus, like are they offering a home warranty, a 1-year home warranty, which I suggest they do. It's worth it. If it's even $500-600, it's worth it for a seller to pay for a 1-year home warranty. This way you could overcome any objections come time when they do a home inspection and they say, well, the water heater's already past its life expectancy. Well, then don't worry about it. We're including a 1-year home warranty. If it fails within the next year, you'll get a brand new one for free. I mean, a home warranty is definitely worth it. And they don't got to worry about replacing it and going through all that hassle. So the owner determines the listing price, the asking price, with advice and counsel from their broker or salesperson who tries to educate them by doing a CMA. We do CMA for the consumers. We do BPOs for the lenders. It's usually complimentary, although we could charge for it. It's usually complimentary. Don't leave them a copy, though. It's a presentation. The presentation was free. If you want the report, that you pay for. You could charge them that way. But never call it an appraisal, because it's not. A CMA workshop you could take from Ottawa. Remember that group I told you about? The CMA workshop teaches you how to do it. Or you could rely on your brokers, but I don't think they'll do as good a job as an appraisers would. Actual selling price is determined between the owner and the buying public. So it's the market that determines the selling price, but who determines the asking price? That would be the seller. But the market, that's a ready, willing, and able buyer, whatever a ready, willing, and able buyer is willing to pay for it, is what the actual ending selling price is going to go for, provided that it also appraises for that price. So on page 187, let's highlight it's ultimately the seller who must determine the listing price for their property. A broker or salesperson can help the seller determine that asking price by educating them, making them informed sellers, by doing a comparative market analysis report for them, the CMA. And that report should have a disclosure on there that it is not an appraisal and should not be considered as such.
Got it.
Okay. And CMA, okay, well, there we go. I already got that point. Now, on page 188, the next page, the broker should convey, this is all the way at the bottom of the page, that the eventual selling price is set by the buying public through the operation of supply and demand. It's whatever a ready, willing, and able buyer is willing to pay, provided that they got the cash or the house appraises for the purchase price. Important things to know. Now, some things that we put into our CMAs are the comparative market analysis. We put in there some things that aren't even found in appraisals. We put the active properties on the market, what's under contract, the solds, the expireds, how many days on the market, how many advertised days on the market. Why do we show the active listings currently on the market to potential buyers? It's not to show them what the asking price is. So far, these homes have not sold. They failed to sell. This is just to show them what the current active competition is, how many homes are on the market. This is what the competition is that you got to deal with out there. Now, currently, they have not sold yet, so they're probably overpriced. Why do we show the under contracts? Well, we want to see how many people are actually making offers on properties and are getting their offers accepted. We're not going to know how much the offer price is, though. That will not be disclosed. And if you try to call up the listing agent, they should not ever tell you, because they got to treat everybody fairly and equally in the transaction. As far as they know, you want to put in another offer. And by them disclosing what other offers are, that is not fair. And they should not be doing that. Okay. The sold listings, we show that to help determine the asking price. We determine the value of a property by what similar recently sold homes, similar in size, style, location, amenity, and condition are going for in that neighborhood, what they're actually selling for. That's how we determine the price in a CMA, and that's the same way that an appraiser would determine the price as well. Now, why do we show expired listings? Well, we want to show them what failed to sell, so maybe they don't find themselves in that situation. And these listings, they were on the market and they went all the way to expiring. Well, let's see. They're often going to blame the agent for it anyway. Let's examine it. Maybe it was the agent's fault. I don't know. Let's take a look. Did they take any pictures of the property? Were they decent quality pictures? Hell, with people having high quality cameras built into their cell phones these days, where they could take these high quality photos, even with a cell phone, there's no excuse for not having a decent listing picture. Although you should probably use professional cameras, or maybe even pay a professional to take photos. But you could take them with your cell phone even, you know. But know how to take a picture and look at the damn picture. Don't be so lazy. If you're at that house and it's at a time of the day where the sun's behind the house and you're in the front taking the picture, just know that that picture is probably going to come out black and white. Okay. Come back later in the day when the sun is to your back and it's shining on the house and you can get a nice, beautiful photo of it. If it's raining, wait till there's a nice day before you snap the picture. If it's garbage day, wait till the garbage cans are taken in. don't take pictures of a house with a row of garbage cans in front of it. That's not how you sell something. Maybe sales is not your forte if that's how you think you should be taking pictures to sell something. You know, you gotta put it in the best light. And be careful. Don't go using photographic editing apps to modify these pictures that you take, and you modify them. It's one thing to tweak the colors a little bit. It's one thing to start cleaning it up so much that you're removing telephone poles and other obstructions and things to totally modify a photo. Be careful about doing things like that. And don't ever go using the photos that were taken if the property was previously listed once before by another agency. Don't just copy their photos and use and reuse them. Those are copyrighted, guys. That's their material. They may have paid to get those photos taken, or they took those photos. That's their artwork. That's their material. You could get sued for that. So take your own pictures. In the advertisements, you should do a little puffing. What's puffing? Little exaggeration as salesmanship, right? The beautiful grand entryway, gleaming hardwood floors, you know, the private oasis backyard, you know. Be careful about some of these words that we use in sales, that they become so common and people know what they mean too. You know, like cozy. What does cozy mean?
Like to be comfortable, right?
Come on. If you see in an ad, you know, that's the original message we were trying to get across to people, that the house is cozy. But if I tell you it's a cozy home, what do you know what that really means in today's day and age?
It's small.
It's tiny. It's cramped. It's tiny. We're trying to gussy up that word a little bit and make it out to be more than it is. You know, cozy. Listen, when that first came out, we started using that term. Oh, that was killer. You know, because you could attract people to a house. This is a cute, cozy home. All right. Now it's cozy. It's like, oh, that's tiny. That's what cozy means. It's tiny. You could snuggle up in it. It's tiny. And how much commission is being offered? And was it accurately priced? How many days on the market? How long of a listing did they give? And was it, even though they had maybe a listing, was it advertised that whole time? Or was it one, did they have one of them coming soon listings and most of the time it wasn't available show yet? Or maybe they were working on fixing the house up and they wanted to delay the showing until the work was done because they wanted to complete that first. These are all things we got to take into consideration when getting those listings. Now, we can overcome some of the seller's objections with things like this. When they tell us, well, I needs to get so much money from a house. You could say, well, buyers don't care how much you needs to get. Buyers care about what the current market value is. And if you're a buyer, wouldn't you? Come on, you got to be realistic, Mr. and Mrs. Home Seller. If you're the buyer out there, do you really care how much money the seller tells you they need to get? You don't care what they need. You care what it's worth and how much you're willing to pay. If the seller tells you, well, I could have gotten so much for it if I sold it last year. Well, then you should have sold it last year. What do you want me to tell you? Real estate markets are cyclical. And right now, this is whatever the current value is, and that's what they're going for in the event of usually that's a statement you'd say when the prices are back down already. Or they say, well, I put so much money into the house fix this up. Well, you know what? Not all improvements recoup all of the money that you put into them. They may make the house nicer and more desirable and easier to sell, and maybe even increase the value of the house a little bit, but you're not necessarily going to get all of your money back for that improvement. Like a pool. Putting in an in-ground pool could cost you $30,000, $40,000. Are you going to get all that money back in value? Probably not. It maybe increase your value of your house just a couple $1,000s. So you're not going to get anywhere near what it costs for you to install that pool. And it'll make it more desirable for people who want pools. Now, people who don't want pools, well, that turns them off then. Now, don't mix up desirability versus value. Those are two different factors. And if they tell you, well, the house down the street sold for this much, well, that's not your house. You know, we got to make sure we're comparing apples to apples here. We're comparing similar properties and condition and when did it sell and all that stuff. And that's why we're doing this CMA for you. Well, let's just try it. You know, I seen your report and I agree with everything, but let's just try listing it for a little higher for a little while. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, the first few weeks of a listing on the market is the most critical time when it's first being introduced to the market. Listings can get stale if they're overpriced and they sit on the market for a while. Buyers are going to start to question what's wrong with it. And your first price reduction is probably going to be more than the total commission that I charged you. Remember, you probably argued with me about you know, charging we probably haggled over 1% commission or so, but your first price adjustment ends up being more than the entire commission, which is an interesting thing. If you guys keep that sealed between your lips and you observe it, usually a homeowner's first price reduction when they overprice a house is more than their entire commission that they're paying you. Yet they'll argue with you to the ends of the earth to try to get you down 1 or 2% on your commission, which I find interesting. Well, how about if we try underpricing the house? There's another way we could go instead of trying it higher. Maybe we could get a bidding war going on, more people in, and you'll get more money than the house is listed. There's a novel idea, and it'll sell quicker. Can I guarantee that though? No. Don't ever guarantee anything, because you don't know when or where the next buyer will be. All right, and that ends this chapter. So let's do chapter 10, key terms to review. Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right. So, organization of brokers who work to sell each other's listings. What do we call them?
MLS.
That's the multiple listing service. 4 is A. A price comparison for seller's use when listing.
The CMA.
CMA.
The number 1 is B, the comparative market analysis. A listing given to any number of brokers, only the selling broker is paid.
And the open listing.
That's an open listing. 6 is C. A listing that promises that the broker will be paid unless the owners sell on their own.
Sell on their own.
So we're going to get paid our commission unless the seller finds their own buyer.
Exclusive right to sell listing?
Exclusive agency. 2 is D. So you got to familiarize yourself with these listings. You will get exam questions on it too. Even the MLS realizes that licensed agents screw this stuff up often. So what the MLS has started doing is they started putting by default the exclusive right to sell listing, because most listings are exclusive right to sell. Agents mean to put that one, but they often mix up the exclusive agency and exclusive right to sell. That's why I had that chart on the slideshow. I made it easier for you guys to figure it out, but you need to study that and know which types of listings do you get paid under what conditions for exam.
Okay.
So which one was that? That was 2 is D. A listing that states that the broker will be paid no matter who sells the property, as long as the listing's still in effect.
Exclusive rights to sell listing, right?
So 3 is E, correct. Illegal listing that the broker keeps everything above a certain figure.
Net.
That's the net listing. 5 is F. All right, very good. So see why we got to study these things? I mean, even though we just go over them, listen, do you remember some of the stuff that I taught you on day 1 already? You know, we've gone over a lot of information and we still got a lot more to go over. You really need to pay attention to understand this stuff, but then you also need to make the notes and review those notes, because we're going over a lot of information, without a doubt. And this chapter 11, it's kind of a long chapter, and lots of questions for your state exam, I know, are going to come out of this chapter. Okay. This is an important chapter. It's about contracts. And we talk about general contract law. We talk about real estate contract law. We talk about real estate law. We talk about putting the contracts, and then we're going to also start pulling stuff in that from previous chapters we already discussed. We're going to start putting it into a transaction as we start to put this transaction together. Okay. So that's what this chapter 11 is going to be about. Chapter 12 will be about leases and leasehold estates and lease contracts and renting laws and regulations and such. Types of leases, types of leasehold estates. Chapters 13, 14, 15 is all going to be about mortgage financing. Chapter 16, that's an important one. That's going to be about valuation of properties, how the different ways that an appraiser values a property, theories that they take into consideration, and some math. Chapter 14 for the mortgages has some math involved. Chapter 17 is about the sale of a business. Maybe one more math problem in there. Chapter 18 is about subdivisions. It seems like it's a big chapter, but a lot of content, but there's only a couple of questions from exam that come out of it. Chapter 19 is important. Probably a lot of questions from exam on exam from chapter 19 as well. That talks about types of deeds, types of legal descriptions of land, the anatomy of a deed. Then we talk about chapter 20, which we already did. Then we're going to talk about, and then chapter 21, which will be the last chapter that talks about how to transfer the ownership. It seems like a long chapter, but it's not that long. It's probably about 45-minute long chapter to go through. All right, so, So chapter 11, real estate contracts. In this chapter, we're going to talk about the essential elements of a valid contract, including the effects of the statutes of frauds. We're going to identify different types of contracts and issues that affect validity of contracts. We're going to explain various contracts used in the real estate business, as well as just talking about general real estate contract law, in addition to specifically real estate contract law versus real estate contract law. So what is a contract? A contract is a voluntary agreement between legally competent parties to perform or refrain from performing some legal act. And it has to be supported by legal consideration in order to be valid. Why is that so far down the page? Now, what is consideration? Consideration is the compensation, what you're being paid, what are you getting in exchange for the work that you're doing. That's what that's what consideration is. And we're going to learn about the 3 legal forms of consideration too that are coming up. So you guys got this highlighted already?
Yeah, I got it.
These are the 4 essential elements of any contract to be valid. Any contract, not just real estate contracts. It could be an employment agreement. You ever have a job in your life, well, that's a contract when they hire you, right? You have to be a competent party before they hired you, and the person that offered you the job had to be a competent party, right? Sound mind, legal age, all that jazz, right? Offer and acceptance, they have to make an offer to you, and you have to accept it in order to enter into this agreement. They have to offer you some sort of a consideration. What are they going to pay you to do the job? And then the legality of the object or purpose. What are they asking you to do? Is it legal? Or is the contract for a legal purpose? Or is the contract for an object of sale that is legal? So it cannot be against a public policy or law. So these are the four essential elements that are required for any contract to be valid, and we're going to go over them in a little more detail. First, let's write the number 4 in front of the essential elements of a valid contract title that we're going to highlight. And we're going to highlight all these things that I have highlighted right here on the slide before you on page 194. And let me know when you got that. Thank you. Now, competent party, you have to be of sound mind and legal age. And a person has to be at least 18 years of age or older in order to enter into contracts. Now, since a married person under 18 is considered an adult, the book got something wrong here still, and they still haven't corrected it. The law changed about 2-3 years ago in New Jersey. A lot of people are unaware of this, but when President Trump was president, he actually did a lot of work against human trafficking. And it started with child abuse stuff. He created a lot of laws and strengthened existing laws on the books and started enforcing them. And even made other people liable who may have not been breaking the law, but who were enabling others to break the law. This is why you saw a lot of websites that just disappeared, or even sections from some websites that just completely disappeared, like these community forums that offered things for sale, or they even maybe had dating sections on them. All of a sudden they disappeared because a lot of those dating sections were full of prostitution. Because he changed the laws that made it so that the websites themselves can be held liable for human trafficking if there are minors there that are being used in prostitution and human trafficking through these websites. And there was a group of people in New Jersey that were activists that looked after children's interests. And they said, wait a minute. We've always had laws in the state of New Jersey that you could get married if you're under the age of 18 with your parents' consent. And that was usually as young as 16 in New Jersey. With parental consent, you could get married. But with the advent of unchecked immigration into our country, where the borders weren't even being enforced, and he was trying to enforce border security even under his presidency, but he was being attacked for that left and right. And New Jersey being a sanctuary state, so we get people from all over the world here, we are seeing an uptick in this human trafficking and child abuse, where even parents were abusing their own children by selling them off, by marrying them off in exchange for something. So it's basically human trafficking done by the people's own parents. But you know what? In some cultures, that's not abnormal to do. In some cultures, it's not uncommon for a 60-year-old man to marry a 10-year-old girl. You know, that's disgusting. It's sick. It's child abuse. So we had these activist groups that were looking out for the children, and they fought to change the law here in New Jersey and managed to get it successfully changed. Where they put the politicians in the hot seat and ask, put them on the hot seat and ask them, are you for child abuse? Are you for the sexual abuse of children and the selling and the human trafficking of children? And, when you put these politicians one by one on the hot seat, they're going to cave. So they changed the laws. Although on the national stage, it's harder to tie them down. It's like trying to gather cats, it's like rustling cats. It's very difficult to do. And I wonder why. Take a look at Hollywood. Take a look at even things like Disney these days, what they're doing. They're doing things that are not really in the best interest of children. So this group actually changed the law in New Jersey that said even with parental consent, a child under the age of 18 cannot get married. So this statement is incorrect. It says a married person under 18 is considered an adult. And if you're married and you're under the age of 18, you're considered an adult, so you could enter into a valid contract. Now, don't cross that out, though. That will be the correct answer for your exam, because these are different companies that deal with this. I've been trying to explain this to the Real Estate Commission, and I tried to explain it to the higher ups over at PSI that creates the state exam. And neither one of them have corrected this yet. Maybe they're hoping that the law is going to be overturned. Who the hell knows? But either way, right now in your exams, you may still get a question on state exam that somebody under the age of 18 can enter into a legally binding contract if they're married. And that will be the correct answer for you on exams. But in real life, just know that it's not. Because in real life, you can no longer be married under the age of 18 in New Jersey. All right? Was I perfectly clear with that explanation, or is anybody still foggy on that?
No, I got it.
All right. Now, the next slide, I'm going to take these points and I'm going to put them in my own words with that explanation that I just gave you. So you'll fully have it there so that you can study it and understand it. Don't need this explained again for you. But as of right now, what you just see here in front of you, this is correct for exam purposes only, not for real life. All right. In real life, this is no longer allowed. For exams, this would be the right answer. So, who is considered a competent party for exam purposes? Anybody of sound mind or legal age, or if they're under a legal age of 18, if they're married with parental consent, then they could be considered an adult and in a legally binding contract with somebody. Offer and acceptance, this is also referred to as mutual assent, means that there has to be a meeting of the minds between the parties, that they're aware of and in agreement of all the terms of the contract. So all the terms have to be agreed upon and understood, and all the parties need to be aware of all the terms of the contract in order to be able to make an offer and to accept it. Consideration is what the parties give or receive from each other in the transaction. The law states that for any contract to be valid, there has to be something of value exchanged between parties, whether that be money, legal tender, or an exchange of something of value. I'll give you this in exchange for that. Or it could be goods, if you do this job for me, I'll do that job for you, like bartering. Or it could be love and affection. Love and affection, no, they're not talking about prostitution. Love and affection is like when you give a gift to your child. You give them the house. The courts agree that love and affection is the thing of value that was between those parties. But it should be accompanied by a letter stating that it is a gift in order for it to be valid. And then lastly, legality of the object or purpose of the contract. So whatever is being sold has to be legal, or whatever you're doing has to be legal. It can't be illegal or against public policy. In other words, you cannot have a contract to kill somebody because murder is illegal, and that won't be enforceable in a court of law. Hey, I paid him to kill somebody. Murder's illegal. So it's not a legally valid enforceable contract. Now, a valid contract could be oral or written, and the parole evidence rule states that written contracts take precedence over oral agreements or promises. Why? Because you have evidence. It's in writing. There's a way to try to remember the parole evidence rule. It got the word evidence in there. So what does the parole evidence rule state? Well, it states that you've got the contract in writing. You have evidence. Because if you got two people, can verbal contracts be legal in New Jersey? Yes, just not for real estate. We could have, I could have enter into an oral agreement with you, a verbal contract to sell you my cell phone, and that'll be enforceable in a court of law. But now if we go to a court of law and you say, well, I had a verbal agreement with him, he was going to sell me his cell phone, but then somebody else steps in and says, yeah, but I got a written contract with him that he was going to sell it to me. The court will just dismiss your case because you have a verbal argument, and they'll favor the one who has evidence. They got a contract in writing. That's what that is all. That's what the parole evidence rule states. Verbal contract, written contracts take precedence over verbal agreements or promises. Okay, simple to understand, right? We got all those highlights. Then let's move on to the next thing. So here are my notes on this for the next two slides. What is a competent party? At least 18 years of age. Sound mind, sane, sober adults with no mental disease or defects. If under 18, a contract is voidable by a minor. Can you enter into a contract with a minor? Yes, you can, but it'd be stupid to do, because the minor can just say, I don't want to be in the contract, and a judge will dismiss it. However, you cannot get out of a contract that you signed with a minor because you're a competent adult. The minor can hold you to the contract, to the terms of the contract. So they could bail out anytime they want legally, but you can't. Now, for exam purposes and exam purposes only, not in real life, because the laws have changed, like I explained, to protect minors, the exams have not yet been updated to reflect these changes. Under no circumstances can a minor be considered an adult any longer in real life. But a minor under the age of 18 can get married with parental consent and would be considered an adult. So contracts with these married minors are considered adults, so the contracts would be legally binding. Now, that's only for exam purposes only, and I should probably write that in there. For exam purposes only. There we go. Now, offer and acceptance, once again, also known as mutual assent, is when the parties are in agreement of all the terms of the contract. It's said that they have come to a meeting of the minds. You know, we're on the same wavelength. We've come to a meeting of the minds. We're aware of and in agreement on all the terms of the contract. So the terms must be clearly stated and understood by all the parties. For school exam definition, it's when the parties are in agreement on price, down payment, and financing method. Okay, that would be, let me clarify that a little bit. Meeting of the minds. For school exam, the definition of meeting of the minds is when the parties are in agreement on price, down payment, and financing method. Otherwise, the broader definition would apply. Otherwise, the broader definition applies. Not broader. Definition applies. That the parties are aware of and in agreement to all the terms which must be clearly stated and understood by both parties. Okay? That's the broader definition. So, mutual assent is when the parties are in agreement to all the terms of a contract. It's said that they've come to a meeting of the minds. The parties are aware. That doesn't make sense. The parties are aware of and in agreement to all the terms which must be clearly stated and understood by both parties. That's the school exam definition, right? Actually, that's the broader definition. The school exam definition is when the parties are in agreement on price, down payment, and financing method. Okay. Yeah. I guess I shouldn't put this there. We don't need all of this. All right. So if you want to snap a picture of it, snap away.
Got it.
Okay. Consideration is what the parties give or receive from each other in the exchange. Something of value that the parties give or receive, it's the entire purchase price, and there's three legal forms of consideration. Legal tender, that's money or a mortgage loan. An exchange of something of value, whether it's goods or services. I'll give you this in exchange for that, or I'll do this for you in exchange for that. Or love and affection when it's a gift, usually to a relative. And then you should have it accompanying be accompanied by a letter stating that, in fact, it is a gift. Okay, let's see what else we got here. Legality of the object or purpose of the contract. Once again, it cannot involve an illegal purpose or substance. You can't have a legally enforceable valid contract to sell crack cocaine because crack is an illegal substance. Okay. Whatever you're selling or doing must be legal. It may not be against the law. Public policy in order to be an enforceable contract. You do need to know for exams what are the four essential elements. Competent parties, offer and acceptance, consideration, and legality of the object or purpose. And what are the three legal forms of consideration? You need to know that as well. Legal tender, exchange of value, or love and affection. So we got two separate things here. What are the four essential elements of a valid contract? Need to know these. And what are the three legal forms of consideration? That's the full purchase price, the full thing of value given or received from each other in the exchange. And then you got the parole evidence that states written contracts take precedence over oral agreements or promises. So a judge would throw out of court any oral agreement and rule in favor of the person who has it in writing. Anytime a contract's modified, those changes have to be agreed to by both parties. Otherwise, the contract would be voided. Licensees must not make any changes or additions to a contract after both parties have signed it. That would be practicing law without a license. So, licensees must not make any changes or additions to the contract after both parties have signed it. This is practicing law without a license. So, what is an amendment and what is an addendum? Legal terminology here. An amendment is a change. We're amending something, we're changing it. So, it's a change to the contract. And anytime a change is made to the contract, if only one party signed a contract, we could still make changes to it. However, we'd have to go back to the person who originally signed it and have them sign off on those changes. If we do not, then we just voided the contract. Any addendum, an addendum has the word add in it, right? Addendum. It's anytime you're adding something to a contract. This could be adding another page of things to the contract, or it could just be adding something into the contract. We can only do this before both parties signed it again. Once both parties have signed it, if we do this, we're practicing law without a license once again. So, we have this section here in the book, amendments and addenda. I wrote something on the side. What did I write on the side here in my chicken scratch? This is what I wrote. So you guys may want to write this here on the side. Licensees must not make any changes or additions to a contract after both parties signed it. This is practicing law without a license. They should also have them initial any changes if you made changes after or additions after only one person signed. Licensees must not make any changes or additions to the contract after both parties signed it. This is practicing law without a license. Let me know when you guys get that.
I got it.
Got it.
Okie. So, real estate licensees, we have to follow both general contract laws of the state, but we also have to follow real estate licensing laws. The Real Estate Commission rules state that for us to be entitled to a commission, a broker cannot be paid unless we have some sort of an authorization in writing that we were hired by someone to act as their agent, right? And what the commission is that we're going to be earning. And we usually do this in the form of a listing agreement, an exclusive buyer's agency agreement, a transaction broker agreement, or a referral agreement. Now, this would be signed by the consumer, except for the referral agreement. Anytime we sign a contract with a consumer, we must give them a duplicate original immediately. And it applies to the sale or lease contracts, no matter who the broker is working for, on behalf of the seller or the buyer, or behalf of the landlord or the tenant. Now, let me just add there a little change to that before you agree to, before you snap any pictures, if you do. A referral agreement is signed between two brokerages, not the consumer. Okay. Statute of frauds. There you go. Go ahead, snap it. Statute of frauds states that for real estate must always be, sales contracts for real estate must always be in writing. Always. Leases, however, must be in writing if they're 3 years or more, 3+ years. However, if a real estate licensee is involved, it must always be in writing, no matter the length. Why is that? Well, the Real Estate Commission states that any contract that we prepare in order for us to be entitled to a commission must be in writing. So, if somebody's not using a real estate agent, if it's just an owner and a renter, leases don't need to be in writing. However, that's very risky to do that, because how do you prove what the terms of the lease were, right? So it's silly. So it's silly to do that, although it's allowed legally. You could have a verbal lease contract in New Jersey. It's stupid to do that, but you're legally allowed to. If a real estate, unless it's 3 or more years, then it has to be in writing. If a real estate licensee is involved, it doesn't matter the length of the lease, it needs to be in writing. And then leases can be recorded. That means they can be added to the public records if somebody has a long-term lease that's 2 or more years. And they wanted to record it in the public record for whatever reason. Their long-term interest in that property. Okay.
Got it.
So now we can highlight this and then write that little note there. Leases longer than 2 years can be recorded. So it's pretty much the same thing I had in that last slide, minus all the explanations of why. Although I put that it's extremely risky to rely on oral agreements and contracts for leases. They should always be in writing, but are not required to be if the lease is less than 3 years, unless a real estate agent's involved, because all of our contracts must be in writing. There we go.
Got it.
Got it.
Okay. Now, contracts we're going to learn about, they could be express or implied. We're going to learn what these terms mean, express or implied, unilateral or bilateral, executory or executed, valid, unenforceable, voidable, or void. So that's what's coming up right here. Executed. Put that capitals. So let's do the highlights first. In an express contract, the parties state their terms and show their intentions in words. So you're putting all your words in writing there. Even though there are verbal contracts can be legal in some situations. So an express contract lays out all the terms, either orally or in writing. However, express contracts, they're usually in writing for real estate. It's risky not to be. So always think of them as being in writing. Whereas an implied contract, it's demonstrated by your acts and conduct rather than your words. They give an interesting example here. A patron who goes to a restaurant and orders a meal has implied that they promise to pay for the food when they place the order. Likewise, when you pull up to the pumps at a gas station, when you tell them to fill it up, you implied that you're going to pay for it, right? Your actions are what created the contract. So in an agency relationship, a listing agreement is an express contract. You have to state your intentions. You can't just do it based on your actions. We got to put it in writing, whether we're dealing with buyers or sellers or tenants or landlords. And the broker that names the broker as the principal's fiduciary representative. All right, now bilateral and unilateral contracts. Bilateral contract, both parties promise to do something. Bi means two. So both parties require to do something. I will do this and you will do that is the litmus test to determine if it's a bilateral contract. If you could apply this statement to your situation, it's a bilateral contract. I'm going to do this and you're going to do that. Okay? If you could apply that to your situation, it's a bilateral contract. A unilateral contract, uni, like a unicycle with one wheel, it indicates one. Uni is one. So a unilateral contract, on the other hand, is a one-sided agreement where one party makes a promise to induce a second party to do something. The second party is not legally obligated to act. However, if they do comply, the first party is obligated to keep the promise. That definition is a little more wonky. The litmus test for that one, which they kind of omitted from this version of the book, is I will do this if you will do that. Okay. So you got the highlights and the underlines. Then I could change and I could go to the next page. I'll give you my definitions of it.
Yes.
I got it.
Here we go. Express contract lays out all the terms, expressing them in words, leaving nothing to interpretation. Those words are usually in writing. Boom. Implied contract is created by one's actions rather than their words. It is demonstrated by acts and conduct rather than words. Therefore, it may leave some things to interpretation and cause confusion. Or lead to or cause confusion. And cause confusion. Okay? Here's some examples of an implied contract. A lease expires, yet the landlord accepts the rent payment without having a new contract signed in writing. The actions of the landlord accepting the rental payment from the tenant implies that they're okay with the tenant remaining month to month. In the eyes of the law, that's valid. Now, as to the terms, does that mean that they go to the same terms according to what the previous lease was, or can the terms be different? Well, see, that's where it causes confusion because we didn't express all of that in words. It leaves some interpretation to that, right? Now, if a bank accepts a payment from an owner after the foreclosure process begins, this would be interpreted by the courts that there's some sort of agreement between the lender and the owner for an alternate form of repayment for the outstanding balance. The payment would serve as the borrower's evidence for such a claim that they had an agreement to get caught up. So basically, if you're in danger of foreclosure and you actually go to the foreclosure court and you tell the judge, hey, listen, judge, they say I was in foreclosure, and while I was in foreclosure, I made a payment to them because we had a conversation and they said I could get caught up paying a little here and there whenever I have to get caught up. But now they're trying to foreclose on me to take the ownership of the property, but I got proof I made a payment. If you could show that evidence to a judge, then the judge will kick the foreclosure out of court because that creates an implied contract that is possibly true, even though you don't have it in writing. This is why lenders will usually never accept any sort of payment from a borrower once they started the foreclosure process, unless you could pay the full outstanding balance. because of that possibility of creating that implied contract. Can I change this?
Yeah, you can.
Yes.
A unilateral contract is where one party is required to do something, but only if the other party acts, but they're not required to. I think that definition that I gave is a lot clearer than what the book did. Any contract where one party has an obligation to perform and the other party has an option. Option agreements must be prepared by attorneys, by an attorney. And here's the litmus test for a unilateral contract. I will do this if you will do that. And for a bilateral contract, I will do this and you will do that. Both parties promise to do something. Unilateral contract, one party has an option to, like a lease with an option to buy. We as real estate agents cannot prepare those types of contracts. They're unilateral. Somebody has an option. Only an attorney can prepare option contracts, option agreements. Okay.
Gotcha.
Now, the term executed usually means that somebody signed a document. Now, executed could also mean that all the terms of a contract have been fully carried out and there's nothing left to do. So it depends on how you use it in a sentence. The term executory has the ending part tory. Tory means that it's still in progress. So when we're talking about the status of a contract and use the word executed, that means all the terms of the contract have been completely fulfilled and carried out. An executory contract means that all the terms have not yet been fulfilled. There are still outstanding obligations that need to be performed. You'll probably never ever use these words in that form. Executory, I never heard that in the business, ever. Maybe an attorney learned that in law school, and when they speak to each other, they may use that kind of wording, but I never heard it used. And every time I hear the term executed, it usually has to deal with signing of a contract and not to the status of it. So on exams, I don't think you're going to get it as far as the status of the contract either. When it comes to signing of a contract, an executed contract is means that it was signed by one of the parties. Fully executed means it was signed by both parties. So let's highlight an executed contract can be a signed contract. A fully executed would be one that's signed by all the parties. That's probably the only definition of it that you need to know. That's on 196. The part that you need to highlight. Now, validity of contracts. Contracts can be valid, void, voidable, and unenforceable. What do these terms mean? You probably heard them before in your lifetime, right?
Yeah.
But if I were to put you on the spot and have you give me a definition for them, you may be grasping for the words a little bit.
Something that is invalid.
Yeah. I mean, a valid contract is one that meets all the essential elements of a contract. What are the 4 essential elements? It basically means that it's an enforceable contract in a court of law. And what are the 4 essential elements for a contract to be valid? Ooh. We learned this not too long ago in this very chapter.
4 essential elements?
Yep. What are the 4 essential elements of a valid contract?
Competent parties, offer and acceptance, consideration, and legality of object.
Yep. And the legality of the contract. So that's what's needed in order for a contract to be valid. That means it's enforceable in a court of law. Now, a void contract is kind of a contradictory term because a void contract isn't a contract at all. It's missing one of the essential elements that would make it valid. Now, there's several ways that a contract can be void. It's either missing one of the essential elements, or it's a contract that had been canceled. So it's been voided in one way or another. So what is a voidable contract? It's a contract that seems on the surface to be valid. However, one party has the power to rescind or disaffirm or cancel that contract. A common example with that we usually see is a contract with a minor. The minor has the power to void the contract. The adult does not, because the adult was a competent party. They give other examples here. A person who signs a contract under duress, that means force, or undue influence, may also have grounds to void the contract. So duress is force, undue influence, they were taken advantage of. Now, an unenforceable contract also may seem valid. However, neither party can sue to force performance, okay? So with a voidable contract, only one party can cancel the contract, but one party has the power to sue to force performance. An unenforceable contract, neither party can sue to force performance. Why? Well, they give an example here that you got one guy who's drunk and he agrees to buy his friend's property. Look, they're both drunk. How about this? They're both drunk. One guy, you know, he's like, yeah, you know what? I'll buy your property. And he's like, oh, I'll sell you my property. And they come to an agreement that one's going to sell his property to the other. And so they agree to that. Now, they're both drunk, so neither one of them is a competent party. But when they sober up, if they both still want to be in that contract, the seller still wants to sell it and the buyer still wants to buy it from them, there's nothing in the law that would prevent them from carrying out its terms. And then that contract would still be valid. However, neither party can sue to force performance because they were both incompetent parties at the time they signed the contract. These types of contracts, if they were to carry them out to the end, would be known as being valid between the parties because neither one of them can sue to force performance, but they could carry out its terms if they wished. And there's my explanation of it with these examples with a lot less text involved to study that. A valid contract meets all the legal requirements to be enforceable. Voidable can be disaffirmed by one of the parties because it's missing one of the essential elements. Examples are with a contract with a minor, someone under the influence of drugs or alcohol, one party's not of sound mind, maybe mental disease or defect, or under undue influence, they were taken advantage of, or duress, they were forced or intimidated. Unenforceable, neither party can sue to force performance. However, if they both want to remain in the contract, it would be a valid between the parties. And a void contract is a contradictory term because it's missing one of the essential elements, and the contract cannot be enforced by either party, or it was already canceled, or it was illegal to begin with. And so undue influence, here's where you would highlight that in a book on 196. Under duress and undue influence. You got to be careful when dealing with seniors, older people. Be respectful of older people, but you got to be careful because it's not always apparent if they have some sort of mental disease or defect, or anybody for that matter. You could have anybody that's insane or not of sound mind, or their mind is of they're scatterbrained. They could have serious bipolar issues. But usually older people will have Alzheimer's or dementia. And it's not always easy to tell. They're not always shaking and talking nonsense. Sometimes they could seem like they're sharp as a tack. They're just, they think they're 40 years younger, you know. It's a mental disease. Although they've got drugs now that they're starting to experiment with that are proven to reduce the effects of Alzheimer's and dementia if you start taking them at the beginning signs of it. They could help prevent the disease from progressing by up to 75%. So it's showing good promise. But they do have some negative effects to them as well. But it's worth it to keep them a sound mind there still, right? If you ever had to deal with anybody in your family that suffered from Alzheimer's or dementia, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Now, we're also going to go over now performance of a contract. We're going to talk about how dates are merely guidelines to follow. We're going to go over this term known as time is of the essence, which you'll need to know for exam. The different ways you could discharge a contract. We're going to learn about default or breach of contract, what that means. And we're going to learn about statute of limitations pertaining to lawsuits. We'll start off with that. A statute of limitations is a time limit in which one has a right to assert their legal rights. There's a 6-year statute of limitations for contracts, foreclosures, mortgages, and cases of fraud. Let me, guys, ask you a question. How long do brokers need to keep all records for in New Jersey? Oh, look at this. I already got it here in the note in the bottom. 6 years. You think that's just by coincidence? There's a 10-year statute of limitation for lawsuits to recover real property in New Jersey. So if somebody actually wants to get the property back and not just sue for money. So you may want to snap a picture of this one.
Got it.
And then in the book, you would just highlight this stuff. New Jersey generally allows 6 years in which time parties can take court action to enforce their rights. The 6-year period applies to contracts, foreclosures, mortgages, cases of fraud. Lawsuits to recover real property have a 10-year statute of limitations in New Jersey. So that's on 196, and then going on to 197. So this is the bottom of 196. This is going at the top of 197. My slide was a little bit better to study from, though, because I also went into bringing up the fact again, how long brokers need to keep copies of records, and then also discussed what the statute of limitations is, a time limit in which one has a right to assert their legal rights. They explain the same thing, but a little more wordy.
I got it.
All right. So you may hear these terms breach of contract or in default. That person's in default of their contract or they're in breach of contract. That means somebody broke the contractual agreement without having a good legal excuse to do so. They could be held legally and financially liable to the other party. That's what breach of contract or being in default means. Now, dates in contracts are merely guidelines, and nobody is considered in breach of contract if a date is missed to perform some act that was stated in the contract. Instead of will be, I'll just say nobody is considered in breach of contract if a date is missed to perform some act stated in the contract. Time is of the essence is a term we need to know for exams as well. It's a strict deadline that must be met, and any party who's not performed on time is guilty of breach of contracts. If they miss that deadline. Use of this term should strictly be left to attorneys, as it could be a double-edged sword that cuts both ways. Have you ever heard phraseology like that? It cuts both ways. It's a double-edged sword. It cuts both ways. That means it could also be used against you. It's not just something you could use. Look, time is of the essence is usually what we do if we're the listing agent and we have a buyer from another company that working with another agent who placed an offer on our property. We asked the seller to take the property off the market because they accepted your offer. And according to the terms of the contract that they agreed to, you were supposed to produce a mortgage commitment letter from your lender where they're going to commit to giving you the loan because you're approved for it, basically. But we didn't receive that commitment letter by the stated deadline in the contract. So we follow up and we give you a courtesy call. Say, hey, listen, you never sent us the mortgage commitment letter yet. Can you send that over? Did you get it yet? Is there a problem? Oh, no. I didn't get it from the mortgage rep. Let me get on the phone with them. Let me see if they could send it over. Okay. Okay. And they never get back to you. A day or two later, you give them a call. What's up with that mortgage commitment letter? Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm sorry. Thing came up and I didn't get to call him. Okay, I called him. He'll have it in a day or two. Okay. Day or two later. What's up with the mortgage commitment letter? I'm not sure. Let me give him a call and follow up. All right, now you're starting to get the runaround. What's going on here? Are they having a problem getting the loan? Are they just stalling me and giving me the runaround here? Are they trying to get that buyer approved with another lender because the current lender can't approve them? Are they having trouble getting the financing? We need to know this. If they're not being honest with us, we need to know. And I'm starting to get the feeling that they're not being honest with us. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask the seller's attorney to issue a time of the essence order to the other side in order to produce the mortgage commitment letter. So the attorney will issue an order to the other side, giving them a certain deadline that they need to produce that letter by. And if their lender fails to produce that letter by a certain date, the contract will automatically be killed. No other words need to be said between the parties. You are in breach of contract. You missed your deadline. Now the seller can put the property back on the market. But what if the very next day now, after that deadline, they get the proof of fund, they get the commitment letter? Is the contract still in effect? No, it was already killed. Can it be pieced back together? Sure it can. Does the buyer have to agree to piece it back together exactly as it was, or could they try to renegotiate the terms now? You see how it cuts both ways? They could agree that they'll put the contract back together, but hey, there was something that the seller may not have previously agreed to that now they really wanted, and now, hey, you could either put your house back on the market and start from square one trying to get a buyer, or I'm already here. We could just pick up where we left off, but I want you to do something else. See, that's what they mean by cutting both ways. So what does time of the essence mean?
Deadline.
It's a strict deadline that must be met, otherwise you're in breach of contract. So let's highlight that. Page 197. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop.
Got it.
Okie dokie. Assignments or assumption is when one party assigns their contractual obligations for someone else to take over, but is never relieved of their original obligation. They always hold primary responsibility in the event the assignee breaches the contract. An example of this would be a sublease, but the new tenant doesn't pay the rent. The original tenant is still liable to pay the rent to the original contractual terms. A sublease where the new tenant doesn't pay the rent, so the original tenant is still liable. For the rent. They are never relieved of that obligation. So that's what assignment is. One party assigns their contractual obligations to another, but is never relieved of their obligation. They always hold primary responsibility in the event the assignee breaches the contract. Novation is a way that you can be relieved of that obligation. It's substituting or replacing an existing contract with a new agreement, where the original contract holds no legal force because it was replaced with a new one. Novation of the parties is similar to novation. However, instead of replacing the entire contract, we're just substituting the parties named in the contract. The original person has no further liability. They're no longer bound to the contract because they've been legally replaced by another person. So this is an alternative to assignment, where somebody can be relieved of those contractual obligations. Novation is a term you'll usually get on exam. What do you call substituting one contract with a new contract where the original contract no longer is valid or holds any legal force, or nobody can sue to enforce it? Or you just replace one person in a contract for another? That's called novation of the parties, or novation. You may want to snap a picture of this because the book's definition, it's not worth spit. Well, let me take a look. Actually, they may have changed the definition and added something decent. Let's see. A new contract for existing agreement. The agreement may be between the same parties or new parties may be substituted. Nah, they don't get that deep into it. This is the book's definition now. They added to it. It previously wasn't even this much, but at least they added. Novation is the substitution of a new contract for an existing agreement. For an existing agreement. That doesn't even make sense. The new agreement may be between the same parties, or new party may be substituted for either. This is novation of the parties. In the case of novation, the old contract no longer has any force. Who writes this stuff? Anyway, highlight that, but my definition, obviously, for obvious reasons, is better. Not to toot my own horn or anything, but toot toot. What say you? Now, a contract may be completely performed. We're going to talk about the different ways a contract can be discharged now. The bottom of page 197, you got these same bullet points. My explanation may vary slightly. Just to give an explanation, you don't need to study these, but you should understand them for when you're working in the business, okay? So you're probably not going to get any of these on exam, but you should understand the basic concepts of how a contract can be discharged. So a contract can be completely performed with all of its terms carried out, or it may be breached. That means broken if one of the parties defaults. In addition, there's various other ways a contract can be discharged, and they are partial performance. That the parties to the contract only partially did what the contract required them to do. So they've only partially performed. They didn't do everything the contract required of them to do. Or substantial performance, when the parties performed the terms of the contract, but did not substantially perform. They didn't do everything exactly the way the contract required them to do it. Or impossibility of performance, when the terms of the contract cannot legally be accomplished for some reason. Maybe they couldn't get the permit to use the property for the intended purpose, or they're unable to get the certificate of occupancy due to the condition or some other legal condition can't be met. Or by mutual agreement, both the parties just agree to cancel a contract together. In that case, there is no breach. Or by operation of law, such as as a result of fraud, a contract with a minor, expiration of a statute of limitations, contracts being altered without getting the initials or signatures next to all those altered terms. The consent for any changes always have to be added to that contract. So once again, that default or breach of contract is when somebody violates the terms of the contract without having a good legal excuse to do so. Remember, back on page 73, we learned about the term injunction. That's when a judge orders somebody to do something or refrain from doing something. Or refrain from doing something. That term is usually on state exam, and it deals with contracts and such. Now, if a seller defaults, what can the buyer do? Well, the buyer can rescind or cancel the contract and recover their earnest money. That's their good faith deposit that they made when they made their offer to purchase. The buyer could sue the seller for specific performance, forcing them to carry out the terms of the contract as the seller originally agreed to. The term specific performance you'll need to know for exam. It's a lawsuit where one party sues another, forcing them to carry out the terms of the contract as they agreed to in the contract. Now, generally speaking, you could force a seller to sell, but you can't force a buyer to buy, because that would entail forcing the buyer to take on a 30-year mortgage in most cases for a property that they no longer, that they change their mind on and don't want to purchase. So a judge generally will not force a buyer to do that unless they're a moron. I will explain that statement in a moment of why I mean that. So the seller can, if the seller backs out of a legally binding contract because they changed their mind and just don't want to sell, the buyer can sue the seller and have a judge issue an injunction forcing them to turn over the ownership as agreed to in the contract. Because that's what an injunction is, right? The judge orders you to do something or refrain from doing something. Or a buyer can sue for compensatory damages. That's compensation, money, moolah. Before we go over what the seller can do in the event the buyer defaults, let's go over this term, liquidated damages. Liquidated damages is an agreement that is made in advance about how much money will serve as compensation in the event one of the parties, usually the buyer, defaults. On page 216, if you turn there temporarily to page 216, you could highlight this. Liquidated damages are an amount of money agreed to in advance by the buyer and seller that serves as compensation if one of the parties does not live up to the contract. Now, if we go on to read this, it does say if a sales contract specifies that an earnest money deposit serves as liquidated damages. Now they're specifying where that money's coming from. See, liquidated damages is just an agreement on how much money serves as compensation. Now, if they're going to start stating that the money, where the money comes from, that it's going to come from the deposit money, in the case that the buyer defaults, the seller is entitled to keep that deposit money. But if the buyer refuses to perform for no good reason, but the seller who chooses to keep the deposit money as liquidated damages, they can't sue for any further damages, only whatever money they put down. So if that liquidated damage agreement was for more money than they put down as a deposit, well, if they decide to keep that deposit money, they can't take anything. They cannot sue that buyer for anything more than what they already got. Everybody good?
Yeah, I got it.
Sure.
Got it.
That's a term you'll see on exams. I told you there's a lot of terms in this chapter. I mean, look, real estate is a lot of contracts, right? A lot of legal stuff and contracts. So now we're getting into the actual nitty gritty of the practice of the business, you know? So a lot of this stuff you need to know. So that's why there's a lot of exam term questions from here that are on exams. Now, what happens in the event that the buyer defaults? What can the seller do? Well, if that's a big if, there was a liquidated damage agreement added to the contract. The book makes it seem like that most contracts have this agreement in them. They do not. So if there was a liquidated damage agreement added into the contract, the seller could declare the contract forfeited if the contract stated that they could. And if it was agreed to, that they would be awarded compensation from the buyer as liquidated damages. 2, the seller could rescind the contract as if it were never made, canceling the agreement, but that would require them to return all the deposit money to that buyer. 3, the seller can sue for specific performance. But remember, I told you the buyer would have to be a moron for that to happen. Well, how would that happen? Well, this would require them to sign over the deed to the buyer and then chase after them for payment. So the buyer would have to be a moron. Basically, the buyer tells the seller, I don't want the property. And the seller's like, okay. They sign the deed and they give the deed to the buyer and the buyer takes it. Now the seller has the right to sue that buyer, forcing them to pay for the property for which they just took the ownership of. When does the transfer of ownership take place? Upon delivery and acceptance of the deed, we had learned, right? So they just became the owner when they took the deed that named them, and the seller signed it. Or lastly, the seller could sue for compensation, forcing the buyer just to pay the money due to breaching the contract. And that seems more common than a suit for specific performance, forcing a buyer to take on a mortgage and buy a house that they change their mind about. That sounds a little more realistic. Now, a judge can do any of these things and decide on decide on this too if they wanted to. And you never know. New Jersey, I know that New Jersey used to have a shortage of judges. I don't know. I haven't really been to court in a while. I know that New Jersey did have a shortage of judges, and they were even pulling judges out of retirement. And some of these judges had Alzheimer's and dementia, and they're serving on the bench rendering court decisions. I remember I did somebody sued me and I wasn't even aware of it because they didn't even notify me. They didn't serve me with papers. And because of that, I didn't never showed up to court. So there was a default judgment awarded against me. And when I found out about that, I immediately contacted my lawyer. And then my lawyer contacted the court. And it's a little bit more of a hassle to undo this when there's already a judgment made. Did you guys know that you could be sued? Do you think that when you're sued that the court has to send you papers?
Yes.
One would think so.
Actually, the court does not have to send you papers. If the person that's suing you says, you know what, I'll notify them. So if they do that, does that person have to like be able to prove it? Can they say that they sent it by certified mail to you?
Should.
They should, you'd think, right?
Yeah.
I can tell you by firsthand experience, I found out that's not the case. They could just state that they put it in the mail. And because, you know, you trust the government's delivery of the mail, it was assured that it was received by me. But how could you even prove that the guy put it in the mail? You know, let alone having that much trust in the postal service. You know,
person suing you.
Yeah, that actually happened. The guy never notified me, and the court didn't send documents because he said he would do it, and then he never did it, and ended up getting a default judgment against me. So then I had to, which is ridiculous because I had an attorney on retainer. My attorney I would have just turned over the paperwork to the attorney to handle it. And it never happened. So we were able to get, my attorney had to now deal with the judge and try to get this case heard and explain to them that we never got this notification, and otherwise, you know, he was always on retainer and So anyway, they said, okay, we'll listen to what you got to say. Not that they had to at that point. And then I was able to actually overturn it because it was a bullshit suit. It was total garbage. And so that person who got a judgment against me managed to get some money taken out of my bank account. Because you know that if you have a judgment against somebody, you could take that judgment and take it to a sheriff's officer, the sheriff's department, and the sheriff can enforce collection. They could be the enforcer, the collection agency for you, but they get 10% of whatever they collect. So they went to a sheriff's department. The sheriff used their investigative tools that they have to do investigations. They found out I have bank accounts and they pulled money from my bank accounts. It seems like a lot of BS, doesn't it? That they could do that? Well, they can. And so now we had to fight to try to get that money back. And it was, such a nightmare. But that's the way it works. All right, so default. So we had a lot of judges in New Jersey that were this judge that was in my whole point of this conversation was the judge that was pulled out. There was a shortage of judges, and this guy had dementia. He couldn't even get straight. He wanted to award the money back to me, but instead he awarded the other guy more money from me. And then I had to get my attorney on that. I was like, dude, what's wrong with this judge? He effed this up again. He ordered me to pay this guy money instead of him paying me back, So we had to try to get it all straightened out. And it was next to impossible to do. At the end of the day, we got the judge to reverse his decision, but he didn't want to try to admit that he was wrong and admit that he got the dementia thing going on there. So he ended up just awarding me half of the money back now. So at the end of the day, I didn't even get all my money back. I got screwed.
It's crazy.
Yeah, because they pulled a judge out of retirement who wasn't of sound mind, sitting on the bench making decisions in court cases. Imagine you're in a case and you're being accused of rape or murder, and this judge is sitting up there. That's crazy, man.
You probably let the guy walk free.
Yeah. I mean, it's nuts. Well, this was before. This is why when Trump got in as president, he started signing in and approving. He was concentrating on signing judges and approving judges because there was a shortage of judges all throughout our country. So you may have heard that he approved more judges. He signed more judges onto the bench than any other president prior. This happened because we were in desperate need for judges. There was a backlog of judges. And he made it a priority for that to get done. That's why you'll see there's a lot of, as they say, Trump appointed judges out there. Doesn't mean that they like him or that they back him or anything. It just means that he appointed a lot of them. He didn't personally know them. There was definitely a need for them. And they're aware of that in the legal system. They just don't care. They'll do things at their own pace, these politicians sometimes. Now, breach of contract. And okay, so the things that I just went over with you on my slides with my explanations, here's what the book has. You could just highlight and, this is the title. If the seller defaults, the buyer has 3 alternatives. If the buyer defaults, the seller has these 4 alternatives. And this is, do these highlights and write these page numbers, or actually, this is on this page. This is on this page. Just do these highlights.
Got it.
Got it?
I got it.
Okay. Okay. Now, I think the majority of the rest of this chapter is pretty much going to go over stuff that we've already gone over in other chapters, like all the different documents and such. And it just puts it in a kind of like a storyline, like preparation of documents. Licensees can only prepare contracts for 1 to 4 families and single residential lots. We only fill in the blanks on these contracts that are already prepared by attorneys. Whereas commercial properties, we only prepare a non-binding term sheet or intent to purchase or lease, and then the contract is actually drawn up by attorneys. Then every contract that we prepare for 1 to 4 family homes and single residential lots has to have the opinion 26 notice as the cover page that informs people that they have a right to hire a lawyer, because a lawyer is not necessarily involved in these. You don't need a lawyer in a transaction. So if somebody's not using a lawyer, this document better be sitting on the cover page on top of the contract that states you have the right to hire a lawyer. You remember that from an earlier chapter, right? On page 199 is the opinion 26 notice. It simply says no on top of it. Here, just as a reminder, this is what it looks like. I'll open it up from the shared Google Drive from that link there in the slideshow. Remember this document? That's the opinion 26 notice. Tells people to have the legal right to hire a lawyer. And then New Jersey requires the following statement be added to the top of the first page of any sales or lease contract that licensees prepare that says that this is a legally binding contract. All right, now we do have I don't have a link to it here, but we do have in that same shared Google Drive, we have a link to the sales contract. I'll just open one up from my computer. The sales contract. Give me one moment. And here's the sales contract. Well, first sitting right on top of it is the opinion 26 notice here. And then right after that, you guys can see the contract, right?
Yeah, we see it.
And then right after that is the actual purchase contract. And what does it say at the top of the contract?
This is a legally binding contract.
This is a legally binding contract, right? So that's what they mean right there. Now it says more than that. It's talking about the attorney review clause and all that, that you have the right to have an attorney review. But that's where they're pointing out where it says that. So on the next page, on page 200, highlight that on the top, highlight this. This is a legally binding contract where it says it right there in the contract on page 200. Right underneath the Realtors logo there on the left, the New Jersey Realtors logo. And then all contracts prepared by licensees have to also disclose the agency relationships that we have with parties. Now, what's the first time that we disclose our agency relationship to people? It's when we first meet them, before we ever talk to them, before we show them any properties, before we ever even discuss their financial situation. How do we disclose our agency relationship and the different types of agency relationships there are? What's the first document we give to anyone we intend to do business with?
CIS.
The Consumer Information Statement, the CIS, correct. So now on section 29 of the sales contract, it may be a different page. Let me see, page 209. Let me take a look in this version of the book, if that's the case in this contract. Page 209, section 29, yep. And these line numbers, you'll see it actually says that in the contract. So look, okay, so here's the screenshot from the top of the contract where it says this is a legally binding contract. And then line number, section 29. By the way, if you look at the sales contract, it has a table of contents of the different parts of the contract. And section 29 up here says Declaration of Brokers Business Relationship. So it's a guide. So now you know that these sections are numbered. You see like section 1 here, parties and property description. See, section 1, parties and property description. Now these contracts also have line numbers too. A lot of times during attorney review, an attorney will say either delete this section 34 and replace it with this wording, or they'll say delete these line numbers and then replace it with this wording. Okay, that's often how they make changes. So let's go to section 29. So see section 2, section 3. Let me get to section 29. I got to scroll through it because it doesn't say what page it's on. 21, 24, 26, 37. There we go. Here's section 29 of a sales contract. Declaration of brokers' business relationships. I got my brokerage name. I got my name and license number, although I don't have to put my license number right here. There's another place for it. I checked off how my agency's representing it. Who prepares the buyer? Who prepares this purchase contract? The sales contract, purchase contract, whatever you want to call it. Who prepares this contract? Which agent? Buyer's agent or seller's agent? It's actually the buyer's agent that prepares this contract. Okay, so you're the one that's going to be preparing this. So the buyer's agent, I'm going to check off here. The options would be seller's agent, buyer's agent, disclosed dual agent, or transaction broker. And then you write down the name of the other agency name, and then check off how they're working, that they supplied the information that I'm putting into this contract about the property. All right, now attorney review. Many states and the southern parts of New Jersey, although they're coming around now, don't usually use attorneys in real estate transactions unless there's a problem. But this is how attorney review process works. There's a study by the attorney. You have to give the copy of the fully signed, fully executed contract. You need to give a duplicate original of that to every party involved. Used to be we made 6 original contracts here. We'd give one to the buyer, one to the seller, one to the buyer's attorney, one to the seller's attorney, one to the buyer's agent, one to the seller's agency. They'd have it all on hand. So 6 duplicate originals. If you're doing digital contracts, all you got to do is just print out another contract that's considered an original. Counting of time, when you have the contract signed by both parties and you've given them the duplicate original, we count 3 business days. We don't count weekends or legal holidays. And if the attorney review has not been started, then the contract becomes legally unbinding the way that it is. And nobody can make changes unless both parties agree to them. So we should start that attorney review in a quick manner there, okay? Notice of disapproval. When they start the attorney review, the one attorney sends out a letter to the other side and says, we received your contract for whatever property. We disapprove of it in the current format. However, if you agree to the laundry list of attached proposed changes, we could conclude attorney review and we're now in a legally binding contract. And that's what we call reaching a meeting of the minds. So both parties come to a meeting of the minds once you're out of attorney review. Now, federal requirements about lead hazards. We got to give that lead statement, the pamphlet, and a 10-day opportunity to conduct an inspection or waive that inspection if the property was built prior to 1978. And in the contract itself on section number 13, there's a disclosure about that. Let's check the contract and see the disclosure statement about that, section 13. Where's section 13? See what it says. Yeah, it's a big section here. Okay, it basically says that is it applicable or not applicable to this transaction? Basically, they're asking you, is this property built prior to 1978 or not? And then it talks all about that you were given that separate disclosure that was already filled out by the owner, disclosing any knowledge they have, and that you received a copy of the EPA pamphlet titled Protect Your Family from Lead in Your Home. It talks about so that's document acknowledgement, the lead warning statement, and then it talks about your rights to an inspection. And then if it finds lead, each side shall have how many days to respond to the other about what they want to do in their counter proposals and such. If you leave it blank, it's 3 days, but I don't like to leave blank lines, so I just wrote 3 days in. Now, so we use contract forms. These forms are already prepared by attorneys. We just need to fill in the blank lines. We use listing agreements. Those are contracts that we use. Buyer's brokerage agreements when we're dealing with buyers. Transaction broker and dual agency agreements. The sales contract. These are all the types of contracts that we use in the real estate business. Sales contracts, however, don't have an official name to them. You can call it whatever the hell you want. Some people call it an offer to purchase. Some call it a contract of purchase and sale. Some call it an earnest money agreement or binder and deposit receipt. It goes by many names. Don't get all high and mighty that what your preferred way of calling it is what it should be called. There's no official name for the contract. How about that? Boom, blow your mind. The contract. I'm just calling it the contract. You could call it a purchase contract, sales contract, purchase and sales agreement. You could call it whatever the hell you want. There's no official name. That's the bottom line. Now, offer and acceptance. How does this process work? Isn't that part of the meeting of the minds? It's called offer and acceptance. If we turn to bottom of page 213, and it continues on to page 214 in the book, there's the how offer and acceptance works. We're going to highlight this. And then on page 214, are you there on page 213? Does everybody get this? I don't want to rush it. And then on the next page, 214, we're going to highlight these things and make these notes. Everybody got that highlighted and the notes down, or?
Give me a second.
Sure.
I got it.
Everybody good?
Good.
All right, so I have one slide that explains all this stuff in better wording and better explanation of how it flows here. So one of the essential elements of a valid contract is a meeting of the minds, where the parties to the contract are aware and in agreement of all the terms of the contract. And this is done by the process of offer and acceptance. So first, the seller lists their property for sale at an agreed upon price that we helped them come to when we did that CMA presentation with them, right? Then the buyer makes an offer either at the full listing price or perhaps another amount, which their broker then presents to the seller's agent within 24 hours. Then the seller either accepts that offer as it is, they reject it, or they make a counter offer, which is basically a rejection of the initial offer that the buyer made. A counter offer is a rejection of an offer with another offer made back to them. So at this point, the buyer's free to walk away if that happens. They don't even need to respond to it. So you have to in this process of negotiation, you got to realize that when making counter offers, that's a possibility that if you do this and you reject the buyer's offer and make a counter offer, that they could just walk away. They may not just hang out there and go back and forth. So that's a risk you take. Now, if the seller makes a counter offer, the buyer can accept it, reject it, or make another counter offer back to them. And they could go back and forth like this until one of the parties agrees to the other's final terms. And when they do, this is called a meeting of the minds. And the offer is accepted pending attorney review. Now, it's still not a legally binding contract until the attorney review is concluded, or 3 days have passed without doing a review. Now, if it goes through attorney review, and then when the attorneys hash out all the wording and they sign off on that again, yes, again, that is considered coming to a meeting of the minds once again. So in contract negotiations, when is an offer really considered accepted? I had you make a note over here. Delivery, acceptance, and signatures are not required but recommended. So technically, an offer is not considered accepted until the person making the offer has been simply notified of the other party's acceptance. It didn't need to be in writing and delivered to them with signatures. You could just get on the phone and tell the agent, hey, we accepted your offer. Because remember, we have our fiduciary duties. If something has been told to us, it's been told to the owner or to our client. So technically, we've been notified. So when the last person who made an offer simply notified their offer had been accepted, it's been accepted. This can be done verbally. But of course, we don't want things verbally in real estate contracts, right? We always suggest to get it in writing, and it's always a good practice to follow up with getting it in writing. And that's what we should do in real life. Otherwise, how do we send it to attorneys for review afterwards? But for exam and exam purposes only, technically speaking, when is an offer considered accepted? When we're in counter offer situation. Simply with the last person who made the offer has been notified that their offer has been accepted. That can be done verbally. It's not required to be in writing or signed. I'm making a stickling point on this because this is an example that's often you'll see on exams. I think we even have something about this on the school exam pertaining to this. Can I change the slide?
Yeah, you can.
Now, earnest money deposit, you're going to hear this a lot. Earnest money deposit, well, that's the deposit. That's what we call the deposit that the buyer makes. Sometimes they also refer to it as a good faith deposit or earnest money deposit. It's the money the buyer puts down when they make an offer to show that they're operating in good faith, that they plan to complete the transaction if the seller accepts it, that they're not just going to walk away. Because now they got some skin in the game. They put some money down, and if they walk away and show that's proof that they didn't operate in good faith, well, the seller can put a claim against that deposit money. So an offer is still not valid, even if made with an offer is still considered valid, even if it's made without any good faith deposit at all. But it's customary that good faith deposit should be at least $1,000. At least. So the buyer's asking the seller to take their property off the market so that they want to make sure that that deposit is large enough to show that they're serious with their intentions. Or especially if there's a multiple offer situation, putting down a big amount of money shows you're serious. And does it make your offer any better? Well, it makes it a little bit more secure. At least it makes the seller feel a little more secure, right? So if the seller rejects that offer, that earnest money deposit is immediately returned to the would-be buyer. If the offer is accepted, that money will be credited towards the purchase price at the end of the day. But where's that money sitting right now? It could be sitting in the broker's escrow account, because you got to immediately turn over that money to your broker, and they got 5 days to put it in the escrow account, right? But the seller could also request that it be deposited into their attorney's escrow account. Now, if the buyer breaches the contract, the seller can make a claim to keep it. But both parties would have to agree to where that money would go. If they don't, only a judge could decide who gets that money. That's the way escrow account management works. A broker cannot release those funds unless both sides agree to who to release them to, or a judge does. Brokers must deposit any money that our clients give us after we do our record keeping within 5 business days from the time the client gave the money to the agent, not from the time the offer is accepted. Any cash deposited $10,000 or more, we got to report to the IRS, and brokers are required to keep those escrow records for 6 years. If the offer is simply rejected, well, we still need to keep escrow records for 6 years. Let's highlight this. Page 214, earnest money deposit. And then the rest is telling a story similar to the one that I wrote. Got it?
Got it.
And it continues on page 215 at the top of the page. You should probably write this at the top of the page too. If a liquidated damage agreement was added to the contract, not standard in all contracts, that deposit becomes the seller's property if the buyer defaults as liquidated damages. So you should probably write that just above at the top of page 215. Write this sentence here that I wrote, and then highlight all this stuff. And after you do all that, then I think we're done here for the day. We're almost done with the chapter, but not quite.
All right, got it.
Got it.
Yeah, you got the sentence up here too?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So we'll leave it off here for the day, and we'll continue on page 215 tomorrow. This just talks about the meeting of the minds again, the different definitions from school exam in general, what a kickback is. Okay, and so here's what we'll pick up, page 215 tomorrow. Let me first give you out the morning, the end of class attendance poll. And then I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll finish chapter 11 then.